Chapter 3159. Attack! Before Blazing Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador could call for help, Profound Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador could tell that something was amiss. He immediately bellowed and transformed into his black tortoise form. Roar! Accompanied by a tiger's roar, White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador revealed his white tiger form. His body was suffused with billowing, killing intent, causing the constellations to fall into chaos as the world turned upside down. With the three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors attacking, it immediately raised the curtains to a huge battle. Nearly 300 Imperial Emperors also drew their weapons and prepared to besiege Wu Dao's main body. The Sword Emperors of Sword Realm, under the lead of the Iron Crown Old Man and the Fat Thin Old Man, all made their moves to support Wu Dao's main body. The Battle of Kings and the Battle of True Spirits also erupted. Wu Dao's main body knew that in such a situation, only by severely injuring the opponent's strongest expert as soon as possible could he reduce the casualties of the Sword Realm to the greatest extent. Therefore, if Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian wanted to kill him, he had already targeted the three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. If 300 Empyrean Lord experts were to form an encirclement, it would probably take some effort to kill the three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. At the instant Wu Dao attacked, he was already prepared to kill Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian immediately. This was also the reason why Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian felt such immense pressure and danger. Roar! Wu Dao's true body didn't wait for the other Imperial Emperors to attack and surround him. Instead, he directly unleashed the Sound Domain secret technique. Sound of all spirits. A huge sound wave burst out from his mouth, creating ripples in the starry sky that rapidly spread out. However, no sound could be heard in the crowd. Great Sound Void. The voice of all spirits had already touched upon the level of Dao, reaching the level of a forbidden technique. The three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and the two Heavenly Court's young masters were the first to react as their expressions changed drastically. Even if they weren't prepared, they would still suffer quite a bit of damage from the sound wave attack of a taboo technique. Screech! Roar! Roar! The three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and the two Heavenly Court's young masters immediately released a sound domain mystic technique of the sacred beast race to resist it. They blocked most of the damage from the voice of myriad spirits, giving the other Empyrean lords a precious moment to react. Most of the Imperial Emperors quickly realized the danger they were in. They either unleashed their sound domain secret techniques to resist it or activated their chi blood to support a world. Some of them quickly left the center of the battlefield to avoid the range of the sound wave attack. However, there were also a few Imperial Emperors who reacted slightly slower. The ripples created by the voice of all spirits swept past them. The gazes of these Imperial Emperors turned sluggish, and the life force in their bodies rapidly drained away. They fell backward in the starry sky, no longer breathing. There were no injuries on the bodies of the Imperial Lords. However, their consciousnesses were shattered by the sound wave and their essence spirits were destroyed. Normally speaking, it was very difficult for Imperial Emperors to die. But because of Wu Dao's real body's intervention, the Emperor battle was elevated to a whole new level, becoming extremely intense. Even god monarchs would perish on the spot if they were careless. Boom! 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 Almost in an instant, the Imperial Emperors did not hold back at all. They activated their chi and blood to support the world. In front of Emperor Araki Takashi, no one dared to be distracted or hold back. The few Imperial Emperors who had just perished were the same, but because of that, the remaining Imperial Emperors' attacks came to a halt. They were unable to form an encirclement immediately. The goal of Wu Dao's real body releasing the voice of all spirits was not to kill, but for that fleeting moment. The battle between top experts was fought for that instant. Although there were nearly 300 Imperial Emperors around, at that moment, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian was facing Wu Dao's real body alone. Furthermore, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian was the closest to Wu Dao's real body. He suffered the most impact from the voice of all spirits. Before the two of them truly collided, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian was already bleeding from his 7 orifices from the voice of all spirits. His face was covered in blood. Wu Dao's real body's fist struck his 108,000 feathers. Without any obstruction, the feathers were instantly reduced to dust. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's figure was still flying uncontrollably towards the Dao dermic vortex. This scene was extremely strange. It was as though he was slamming into Wu Dao's real body's fist. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian realized that if he failed to escape, he would probably be killed on the spot. As long as he could survive the strike, the remaining 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and the other Imperial Emperor's attacks would descend upon him. He would then be able to escape the calamity. Ah! Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian roared into the sky as he pushed his lifeblood to its limits. At the same time, he conjured a dermic seal with his hands. Blazing flames flickered as he condensed a forbidden art. At the same time, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian conjured his consciousness and released an essence, spirit, mystic technique. Bloodline world, forbidden art, essence, spirit, mystic technique. With his life hanging by a thread, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian released all his trump cards just to withstand the punch from Wu Dao's real body. Wu Dao's real body pressed forward with an indomitable will. His punches were ferocious, and he had no intention of dodging. With a thought, he wore the mask of Mara on his face once again. With the mask of Mara, he could neutralize Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's essence, spirit, mystic technique. At the same time, his glabella shimmered as the hell-suppressing cauldron transformed into a stream of light. It arrived above Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's head and came crashing down from the sky. Boom! Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's dermic world had yet to fully take form when it was smashed by the hell-suppressing cauldron. Dense cracks appeared, and it quickly shattered. Under the tremendous impact, his forbidden Dao art dissipated under the tearing of Wu Dao's dermic vortex. It failed to condense. This was what it meant to counter soldiers with arms and water with an earthware. While the devil was a foot tall, the Dao was 10 feet tall. All Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's attacks were neutralized by Wu Dao's real body through other means. As for Wu Dao's real body's fist, it maintained an invincible offensive that destroyed everything. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian had a look of despair. He wanted to conjure a few large divine weapons to stop Wu Dao's real body. However, the moment these divine weapons were released, they were sent flying by Wu Dao's real body's fist. This punch carried a torrential might as it rumbled over. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian felt a sense of helplessness, as though he could not withstand it. It was as though any force would crumble at the first blow in front of this punch. At that moment, he sensed a powerful will that burned fiercely and fearlessly. It was majestic and blotted out the sky. Against this will, he was as puny as an ant. Bam! Under everyone's watch, Wu Dao's real body seemed to brush past Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian. However, when the two passed each other, only Wu Dao's real body was left. Behind him, there were still some weak and fragmented flames. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian was crushed by Wu Dao's real body with a single punch. His body and Dao dissipated, and Inspector Heavenly Ambassador perished, just as the battle began. This scene dealt a huge psychological blow to the Empyrean lords of the heavenly courts and the celestial tribute world. There were only 9 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors in the entire heavenly courts. Now, in just a single exchange, Wu Dao's real body killed one of them under the noses of nearly 300 Empyrean lords. How domineering was that? Chapter 3160. Heaven Wasteland Palace. Just as the Sword Realm was about to draw their swords, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador quickly recovered from his initial shock and calmed his mind. Everyone, do not panic. The Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador said in a low voice, the person in front of us is only a peerless king, and there is a great disparity between him and Emperor Araki Takashi of the Sword Realm. Emperor Araki Takashi is surrounded by more than 300 Emperor experts of the Sword Realm and cannot care about us at all. The Heaven Wasteland Domain Lord is nothing more than borrowing the power of Emperor Araki Takashi to stall for time. The Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, quickly saw through Su Zimo's true situation. At this moment, Emperor Qing Yan also gradually reacted, flashed out from behind the Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, frowned, and stared at Su Zimo not far away, his expression still somewhat bewildered. In other words, this Su Zimo is bluffing? In fact, he is only a king of the Grotto Heaven realm. Exactly. The Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador nodded, looking at Su Zimo with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, you just want to stall for time and wait for Emperor Araki Takashi to deal with the Sword Realm before coming back to support the Heaven Wasteland Domain. Unfortunately, you underestimated the means of the Heavenly Court. You did not expect that the Heavenly Court would split into two and attack the Sword Realm and Heaven Wasteland Domain at the same time. Even if you have the trump card of Emperor Araki Takashi, you can't split yourself and can only save one side at most. You also did not expect that I would release this water curtain to reflect the Sword Realm and transmit the situation of the Sword Realm. Emperor Qing Yan's eyes lit up. We can attack together with the Sword Realm and not give Emperor Araki Takashi a chance to come back to support. That's right. The Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, was constantly paying attention to the movements over at the Sword Realm through the water curtain in the sky, and said indifferently, before the battle over at the Sword Realm ends, Heaven Wasteland Domain will be gone. Although I don't know what the relationship between Araki Takashi's two bodies is, destroying Araki Takashi's Qinglian body will certainly cause him a lot of damage. At this moment, the Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, Wu Dao's original Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador's attack. A cold light flashed across the Heavenly Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador's eyes. He rose into the air and his voice spread to every corner of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Everyone listen to my order. Kill all living beings in Heaven Wasteland Domain. The army of more than 100 domains, including the light world, had been waiting in the sky above Heaven Wasteland Domain for a long time. They had long been unable to hold back their murderous aura. Now that they heard this order, they immediately rushed into Heaven Wasteland Domain. This was an army of hundreds of millions, led by the light world, composed of more than 100 worlds. And all the living beings in Heaven Wasteland Domain were less than 100 million. Moreover, the only people with battle power in Heaven Wasteland Domain, such as Su Zimo, Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, and others, were all trapped in the Heaven Wasteland Palace. To the cultivators of Heaven Wasteland Domain, this was almost a massacre. Even so, the cultivators of Heaven Wasteland Domain did not give up. Under the command of Yang Ruoxu and Mo Qing, Qingkuan Academy had gathered all the cultivators who could participate in the battle and were ready to fight. Under the command of Lin Lei and Lin Luo, the Sengoku siblings had also gathered. Although most of the cultivators in Feng Shuling were Xian immortals and had almost no power to resist in such a great battle, they did not give up and were ready to fight. Of course, many cultivators who joined Heaven Wasteland Domain were in a mess, fleeing in all directions. But Heaven Wasteland Domain had long been sealed. Not to mention them, even kings and emperors could not leave Heaven Wasteland Palace. Sensing the situation outside, Lin Zhan, Immortal King Linglong, Feng Cantian, and the others all looked anxious. Of course, there was still a large group of Rakshasa race hidden in Heaven Wasteland Domain. As long as these Rakshasa race took action, they should be able to hold off the armies of the light world and the other domains for a while. The situation they were facing now was more dangerous than outside. There were more than 100 emperors in this palace, and there was not a single emperor on Heaven Wasteland Domain side. As long as the heavenly inspector, heavenly ambassador, gave the order, all of them, including Su Zimo, would be killed in an instant. The only ones who had a chance to save Su Zimo were Emperor Baikuin, Emperor Nanpang, Frost Dragon Emperor, and the Lord of the Flower Domain. The old ape stood out immediately and stood in front of Su Zimo. He looked at Emperor Baikuin and the others and said in a deep voice, "Everyone at this moment, do you still want to submit to the heavenly court? As long as we join forces and delay as much as possible when Emperor Araki Takashi returns from the Sword Domain, we can naturally resolve this great calamity." If the old ape was alone, he indeed did not have the courage to fight against the heavenly court. However, after knowing that Emperor Araki Takashi was Su Zimo and that he was standing opposite the heavenly court, his heart was rekindled with the fighting spirit of the blood ape race. The heavenly inspector, heavenly ambassador, and the other heavenly court emperors only smiled contemptuously when they heard this. Both Monarch North Kuin and Monarch South Rock remained silent. Even so, even if they joined forces, how long could they resist? If they joined forces, even the heavenly inspector, heavenly ambassador would not be able to resist. Even if Emperor Araki Takashi was behind Heaven Wasteland Domain, he was far away in the Sword Domain and could not be in two places at all. If they stood out now, it was almost equivalent to courting death. The Frost Dragon Emperor and the Lord of the Flower Domain both looked troubled. Emperor Araki Takashi had once saved the Dragon Domain and the Flower Domain. They all wanted to help Heaven Wasteland Domain and Su Zimo to survive this calamity. However, in the current situation, even if the two of them stood out, it would not help. Just as they were hesitating, the heavenly inspector, heavenly ambassador waved his hand with a cold expression and said indifferently, "Leave none of the living beings of Heaven Wasteland Domain in the main hall alive. Kill anyone who dares to stop us." Emperor Baikuin, Emperor Nanpang, and the others were shocked. The last sentence was obviously said for them to hear. The Lord of the Light Domain laughed sinisterly and his eyes lit up. He immediately stared at Su Zimo and pounced toward him. In the main hall of Heaven Wasteland, more than 100 Heavenly Emperor experts attacked at the same time. The entire main hall could not withstand it and was on the verge of collapse. Su Zimo was the Lord of Heaven Wasteland Domain, the 12th grade creation Qinglian, and Araki Takashi. Almost in an instant, dozens of Heavenly Emperor experts pounced towards Su Zimo. Seeing this scene, Emperor Baikuin, Emperor Nanpang, and the others looked gloomy and lowered their heads slightly, unable to bear to watch. Roar! The old ape roared angrily and released a perfect world. However, under the impact of dozens of Heavenly Emperor experts, his world that had just been condensed was on the verge of collapse and could collapse at any time. Even if the old ape stood in front of Su Zimo, it could not protect him. Emperor Qingyan was scared half to death by Su Zimo just now. Now that he saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. "Araki Takashi, no one can save you today." All of a sudden, the inspector heavenly ambassador seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed. He pulled Emperor Qingyan's body and retreated quickly while shouting, "Be careful!" Before his voice died away. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang, an incomparably thick and lush tree fell from the sky, breaking through the dome of the main hall of Heaven Wasteland Domain and smashing heavily in the center of the main hall. The Lord of the Light Domain and the other Heavenly Emperor experts reacted quickly and retreated immediately. However, there were still more than a dozen Heavenly Emperor experts who did not dodge in time and were slightly distracted. The world that they condensed collapsed, and their bodies were smashed into pieces. It was a tragic sight. The flesh and blood of these Heavenly Emperor experts mixed with the soil and were smashed into the ground by the giant tree. More than a dozen Heavenly Emperor experts died on the spot. Chapter 3161 Heaven Wasteland Domain. The Qingkuan Academy, led by Yang Ruoxu and Mo Qing. The Warring States, led by Lin Lei and Lin Luo, as well as many other large and small sects, compared to the hundreds of millions of troops led by the light world. The disparity was too great. The hundreds of millions of troops covered the sky, and many cultivators waved their weapons, their eyes flashing with excitement. Their battle cries shook the sky like locusts passing through. Many of the heaven wasteland domain cultivators were not even sure if they could hold on for a breath, whether it was a painting immortal or a chess immortal. In a war of this scale, no one would care who you were. Under the sweeping tide of war, life was like grass, and all living beings were like ants. Lin Lei and Lin Luo stood at the forefront of the warring state's army. The brother and sister looked at each other and could see the meaning of farewell in each other's eyes. Jun Yu took down the chessboard behind her, held it horizontally in front of her chest, and looked up at the overwhelming army rushing down from the sky, her state of mind calm. She specialized in chess and had experienced countless dangerous chess games. The scene in front of her was like the many chess games she had faced. At this point, it was no longer something that could be changed by human strength. Her entire life was a game of chess, and this chess game seemed to have come to an end. Yang Ruoxu and Qi Hong Fairy stood side by side, their expressions resolute. And Mo Qing held the picture book, looked back in the direction of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and murmured, "Unfortunately, we will never see it again." Many of the Heaven Wasteland domain cultivators had not given up and were preparing for a final fight. But in fact, everyone knew that their resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a moth flying into a flame. The outcome was already decided. Looking at the hundreds of millions of troops surging with murderous intent, the hearts of all the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain were shrouded in a thick layer of haze, and suppressed them to the point of suffocation. Suffocation, unwillingness, anger. In the end, only endless despair was left. Boom! At this moment, there was suddenly an earth-shattering noise in the sky. Whether it was the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain or the hundreds of millions of troops of the light world, they all subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. The sky was shattered, full of cracks. The Heavenly Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, and the other emperors of the Heavenly Courts had sealed Heaven Wasteland Domain and set up a Tao barrier that had shattered. Under countless gazes, a giant tree with luxuriant branches and leaves descended from the sky. With an unstoppable force, it smashed toward the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Originally, there were many cultivators and living beings from various realms beneath the towering tree. However, wherever the giant tree passed, all the cultivators, be they Protoss true spirits or kings, were smashed into a bloody mist. The branches of the giant tree whipped the bodies of many cultivators, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere and shatter into pieces. In an instant, an unknown number of living beings died under this towering tree. The sky above Heaven Wasteland Domain was originally covered by hundreds of millions of troops, and the sun could not be seen. However, the descent of this gigantic tree actually created a huge hole in the sky. The starlight in the sky shone on the land of planet Tianhuang through the hole and dispersed the haze in the hearts of the people of planet Tianhuang. What is this? Someone's eyes widened in shock as he muttered subconsciously. This giant tree looks familiar. It seems to be Builder Tree, the Divine Builder Tree of the Heaven Realm. Heavens, the Divine Builder Tree of the Heaven Realm was uprooted by someone. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. At the bottom of this towering tree, there were thousands of thick roots that were stained with a lot of soil. It was obvious that it was pulled out by someone and brought to Heaven Wasteland Domain, not to mention the people of planet Tianhuang. Even the hundreds of millions of troops of the light world were shocked. The crowd was in chaos and panic, not knowing what happened. The next moment, a blood-colored figure appeared in the sky and looked down at the world. Accompanied by hundreds of millions of starlight, she slowly descended. The Divine Builder Tree opened the way, and hundreds of millions of starlight surrounded it. This scene was way too shocking. The hundreds of millions of troops of the light world felt a huge pressure and their hearts trembled. They almost knelt on the ground and bowed in worship. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Black hair, blood-red robes, and an indifferent expression. The woman's eyes moved, and she looked down on everything, as if she was a ruler of the world, subduing all living beings. Although the light world and more than 100 domains had hundreds of millions of troops, they were suppressed by the aura of this blood-robed woman and did not dare to move. Between heaven and earth, there was complete silence, and all living beings were silent. All the people of planet Tianhuang also looked up at this blood-colored figure. This is... Lin Lei and Lin Luo were shocked. Their mother was already a rare, peerless expert among women. Her beauty was unparalleled and not inferior to men, but compared to this blood-robed woman, she seemed to be somewhat inferior. Yang Ruoxu, Mo Qing, Junyu, Xia Qinying. Many cultivators of Heaven Wasteland Domain looked at this blood-robed woman, and there was only one thought left in their minds. How could there be such a woman in this world? Blood Butterfly Demon Empress. Blood Butterfly Demon Empress. At this moment, the ice butterfly that had landed on Mo Qing's shoulder suddenly flew up, looking extremely excited. There was even a trace of crying in her voice as she shouted, "It's the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress of my butterfly clan. It's her, the legendary Blood Butterfly Demon Empress, the Tao companion of Emperor Araki Takeshi." Many cultivators were greatly shocked. No wonder. Looking at this figure, Mo Qing did not have the slightest desire to compare. She only thought in her heart, only such a woman, together with Emperor Araki Takeshi, would be a true immortal couple, a match made in heaven. No matter who it was, whether male or female, in front of the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress, they would unconsciously feel a sense of inferiority. Under the shocked, worshipful, and excited gazes of the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain, they saw a huge immortal boat flying out from behind the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress. On the bow of the boat stood a Demon Emperor, the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, the Bays Demon Emperor. The Demon Chi on the immortal boat soared to the sky. The great Wasteland Domain's Demon Race army had arrived. Dai Yu waved her hand, her blood-colored sleeves fluttering, and softly uttered a word. "Kill!" Roar. Many demon kings and true spirits erupted into bursts of battle cries, leading the great wasteland demon army, charging into the hundreds of millions of troops of the light world. Tens of thousands of demons roared. Tens of thousands of beasts charged. The army of the light world was in disarray from the impact, and their formation was in chaos. Cultivators of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Heaven Wasteland Domain is saved. Let's kill our way back. Lin Lei stood in the air, looking excited, waving his arms and shouting. Yang Ruoxu of Qinkuan Academy also rushed to the front, shouting, "Fellow Taoists, don't give up. The Tao companion of the Sector Lord is here to save us. Heaven Wasteland Domain will not be destroyed." Hearing this, the morale of the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain was greatly boosted, and their blood surged. The Tao companion of the Sector Lord, the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress, was here. Heaven Wasteland Domain could still be saved. The outcome of this battle had not been decided yet. Fight, fight, fight. In despair, the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain reignited hope, roaring loudly, no longer fearful, no longer escaping, and erupting with an astonishing will. At the same time, in a corner of Heaven Wasteland Domain, hundreds of millions of figures flew out, like ghosts holding two sabers and with flesh wings on their backs, rushing into the crowd of the Light World Army, wantonly killing. The Rakshasa race had arrived. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Chapter 3162. Heaven Wasteland Main Hall. Everyone looked at the giant tree descending from the sky. Their minds were greatly shaken, and their faces changed color. This was the Divine Builder Tree of the Heaven Domain? Who pulled out the Divine Builder Tree of the Heaven Domain? Moreover, it was thrown into the Heaven Wasteland main hall and killed more than a dozen imperial emperors. Just how much power did this throw unleash? Even the worlds of more than a dozen imperial emperors could not withstand it and collapsed instantly. Their bodies were torn apart and suppressed under the divine builder tree. A blank area appeared around Su Zimo again. Thousands of thick roots of the divine builder tree whipped down, but did not hurt Su Zimo at all. Outside the main hall, the battle cries shook the sky. The situation had changed. Then, in a large blood mist, Daiyu, who was dressed in a blood-red robe, descended from the sky and came to Su Zimo's side. Everyone in Heaven Wasteland main hall was invigorated when they saw her. The blood butterfly demon emperor of the great wasteland domain. Everyone thought that only the blood butterfly demon emperor of the great wasteland domain had such means. Emperor Bei Kuan, Emperor Nan Peng, Ice Dragon Emperor, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not dare to be enemies with the heavenly court, deep in their hearts they did not want the Heaven Wasteland domain to be destroyed. Seeing Daiyu appear, they also realized that there would be more changes in today's battle. However, Daiyu was seriously injured in the battle of the Great Wasteland, and it was unknown whether she had recovered. Even if she recovered, it was unknown whether she could withstand more than 100 imperial emperors. After all, the situation today was more serious than the battle of the Great Wasteland. There were 50 imperial emperors from the heavenly court alone. Moreover, there was also the divine inspector, who was known as the strongest in the heavenly court. Seeing Daiyu's arrival, Su Zimo felt relieved and asked with a smile, "Such a big commotion?" He really did not expect that Daiyu would pull out the divine builder tree and bring it to the Heaven Wasteland domain. Moreover, she had already gained the upper hand before they even met. Daiyu said, "I could have arrived earlier, but when I passed by the Heaven domain, I saw that the divine builder tree's life force was fading away. If it stayed in the Heaven domain, it would not live for long." Wu Dao's original body and Daiyu left at the same time. Daiyu was indeed a little late. It turned out that she was delayed in the Heaven realm. Furthermore, Su Zimo also noticed that some of the branches and leaves on the divine builder tree had already withered and was surrounded by a deathly aura. Was it related to buried heaven? Su Zimo frowned slightly. "I didn't want to bother with it at first, but this builder tree had already gained intelligence and asked me for help. So I plucked it out and brought it to Heaven Wasteland domain." Daiyu said, "Heaven Wasteland domain has just been established. This Jinmu tree is a gift to Heaven Wasteland domain." Daiyu's words were said casually, but everyone present was secretly speechless. Monarch North Kuin, Monarch South Rock, and the other world lords grinned. This blood butterfly demon empress made a big move the moment she made a move. She casually gave a gift and directly uprooted the divine tree of the heavenly realm. Hearing Daiyu's words, the divine builder tree trembled slightly. The remaining green leaves swayed along with it, releasing a feeling of gratitude and joy. This builder tree had already treated the Heaven Wasteland domain as its home. In this short period of time, the thousands of thick roots had continuously penetrated deep into the ground and took root here. The divine builder tree was the most sensitive to the yuan qi of the universe. The environment here was obviously much better than the heavenly realm. Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, and the others looked at each other, secretly delighted. Although Heaven Wasteland domain had the Carefree Tree, Immortal Willow, Seven Treasures Tree, Immortality Peach Tree, Immortal Peach Tree, for great spirit roots, it mainly depended on Su Zimo's 12th grade creation Qinglian. Once Su Zimo left, the cultivation environment of Heaven Wasteland domain would become worse. Now, with the divine builder tree guarding Heaven Wasteland domain, even if Su Zimo left, it would not have much impact on Heaven Wasteland domain. Of course, these were all secondary. For Heaven Wasteland domain, the most important thing was to survive the great calamity at hand. The nine-tailed demon empress, divine elephant demon empress, and Baizé demon empress also followed the blood butterfly demon empress into the main hall. More than 10 Rakshasa race emperors flew in from outside. However, these Rakshasa race emperors had just stepped into the emperor realm and could not play a key role in the emperor battle. Emperor Qing Yan's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Daiyu. Unlike Emperor Araki Takashi, he did not have much fear in front of Daiyu. When he saw Daiyu arrive and casually chat with Su Zimo in front of everyone, a fire of jealousy rose in his eyes and his face darkened. Shuadai, without Araki Takashi's help, you can't save Heaven Wasteland Domain. Emperor Qing Yan's eyes were cold as he said slowly, you can't pass the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle in the Sword Realm suddenly paused for a moment, as if something major had happened. Everyone subconsciously looked up. Through the water screen, they saw Emperor Araki Takashi standing in a pool of blood and flames. The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian, who had been fighting with him, had been destroyed in body and soul, and not even his bones were left. Hiss! Even though they were not in the battlefield of the Sword Realm, this scene still made many Heavenly Court Emperors feel a chill. It should be said that the battle had just begun. Just before Daiyu arrived, they saw Wu Dao's original body punch out, and the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian went up to meet it. In the blink of an eye, the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian had died. There are only 9 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors in the entire Heavenly Court. The battle had just begun, and one of them had already died. Daiyu retracted her gaze and said indifferently, this Inspector Heavenly Ambassador is only SOO. The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's expression was ugly. He secretly tore a few message talismans and turned them into streams of flowing light, entering the void and disappearing. The situation was not right. He had to let the remaining 5 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and Heavenly Emperor experts come down to the lower domain in advance. You are the Blood Butterfly Demon Emperor. Let me test your skills. The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian roared. Kill! Roar! The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. His chi and blood surged, and he shook his body, wanting to transform into his original body. Emperor Qing Yan's body was huge, and he also wanted to transform into his original body to fight with Daiyu. Swoosh! Suddenly, both of their visions blurred as a blood shadow flashed. Daiyu had already closed in, and her chi and blood surged as a bloodline phenomenon appeared behind her. The pupils on the blood-colored butterfly's wings locked onto the 2 of them. At the same time, Daiyu struck. Her fair palms enveloped the skies and slapped towards the top of their heads. The pupils on the blood-colored wings seemed to contain an extremely powerful Dao technique that could vaguely suppress the bloodlines of the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian and Emperor Qing Yan. As for Daiyu's palm, it seemed weak and fair, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Even the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian could sense the aura of death. She was that strong. The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's heart skipped a beat. He did not have time to transform into his true body and could only extend his palm to resist. Bang! Bang! Both parties clashed head-on. The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian and Emperor Qing Yan shuddered and their bones creaked. Their teeth ached and they nearly fell off from the impact. Emperor Qing Yan's face was pale and filled with fear. Daiyu's combat strength was clearly much stronger than during the battle of the Great Wilderness. Before the 2 of them could catch their breaths, Daiyu lunged forward once more. Bang! 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 The 3 of them exchanged blows consecutively, and Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian and Emperor Qing Yan were forced to retreat. Under Daiyu's suppression, they could not even transform into their true bodies. Chapter 3163. Boom! 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 The other Empyrean Emperors of the Heavenly Courts, the Lord of Light, and the other Empyrean Emperors formed their own worlds and attacked Daiyu. Among the Empyrean Emperors, the strongest were the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Green Flame. If the 2 of them were to be killed by Daiyu, like the emissary Inspector Heavens of the Sword World, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the heavenly courts. Roar! Emperor Green Flame roared. Although his body was not completely transformed, his dragon head was still menacing. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying dragon breath in Dai Yu's direction. This dragon breath was mixed with an extremely terrifying green flame. It was still at the level of Tao. A forbidden skill was released. If they were to continue being suppressed by Dai Yu, the two of them would probably be killed before they could even transform into their true forms. The emissary Inspector Heaven's eyes lit up as he channeled his essence spirit and released a forbidden skill as well. The firmament split open as an extremely old dragon claw appeared. It seemed to have come from the end of the river of time as it slapped down towards Dai Yu. The bloodline aura emanating from the dragon claw could suppress all living beings. Even the blood butterfly phenomenon behind Dai Yu flickered as though it would be destroyed at any moment. Adjudication. The Lord of Light's body surged with golden blood chi as a bloodline phenomenon appeared behind him. An ancient pyramid appeared with countless living beings kneeling beneath it. The Lord of Light stood at the top of the pyramid as streams of white energy flew out from the heads of the living beings endlessly and gathered towards the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light clenched his fists in front of him as the white energy gathered continuously. In his palms, a resplendent gigantic sword was formed. Swash! The Lord of Light swung forward. The gigantic sword was incomparably sacred, as though it could sever all Tao arts. It was a forbidden skill that belonged to the Protoss, adjudication. The battle between the two sides had just begun, and they pushed it to the limits without holding back as they released multiple forbidden skills. There was no way Dai Yu could ignore such attacks. With that, she could no longer maintain her powerful attacks to suppress the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Green Flame. Dai Yu's figure suddenly vanished. Two strange red moons suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the illumination of these two crimson moons, a gigantic butterfly vaguely appeared, overlooking the world, its wings trembling slightly. Whoosh! With just a slight flap, endless storms were stirred up on the battlefield, sweeping in all directions and destroying all life. It was unstoppable. Dai Yu's forbidden technique, Blood Moon Storm. The green flames that Emperor Blue Flame spewed out were almost extinguished by this storm. The dragon breath was also about to dissipate. Shocking wounds appeared on the ancient dragon claw that was descending from the sky. Although the dragon claw was still slamming down, its power was rapidly diminishing. Before the sword of judgment released by the Lord of Light could land on Dai Yu, it was torn apart by the bloody storm. Not only that, under the sweeping of the storm, the pyramid beneath the Radiant Lord also collapsed. The Radiance World Overlord screamed in agony as countless wounds appeared on his body. Golden blood splattered all over the battlefield, and his body was covered in wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Lord Azure Flame and the emissary Inspector Heavens reverted to their true forms. Their auras surged and their powers rose continuously. Boom! Boom! The two of them propped up another world, and combined with the power of the two forbidden techniques, they barely managed to block Dai Yu's terrifying forbidden technique. As for the Radiance World Overlord, he was already deep in the storm. Whether it was his world or his physical body and bloodline, he was no match for the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Blue Flame. Although they were all peak emperors, there was no clear division between peak emperors and great emperors. As a result, the difference in power between peak emperors was huge. After the Radiance World Overlord released the forbidden technique, if he could withdraw from the center of the battlefield immediately, he could still save his life. Now, when he realized that the situation was not good, it was already too late. His understanding of Dai Yu was still the same as when he witnessed the Battle of the Great Wilderness. But in the past 100 years, Dai Yu had risen to another level. Although she had not become a great emperor in the Battle of the Great Wilderness, even without Wu Dao's original body, she still had the power to fight. Back then, when Dai Yu released the Blood Moon Storm, She could not withstand the power of this forbidden technique, and her physical body would be torn apart. But now Daiyu, who was in the eye of the blood-colored storm, was calm and unharmed from head to toe. Whoosh! The storm howled. Under everyone's gaze, the Radiance World Overlord's flesh was being torn apart by this bloody storm, constantly peeling off from his body. In the blink of an eye, the Radiance World Overlord was only left with a golden skeleton standing on the spot. His eyes flickered with a faint light, filled with fear. Bang! In the next moment, the Radiance World Overlord skeleton was also blown away by the bloody storm. The faint light in his eyes was completely extinguished. The Radiance World Overlord had fallen. The aftershock of the collision of the forbidden techniques was not limited to this. The dozen or so emperors who did not manage to escape in time were swept into the storm of the collision of the forbidden techniques and were buried here. Although the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Blue Flame had broken free from Daiyu's suppression and reverted to their original bodies, their battle strength had increased greatly, but they had also paid a heavy price. The Radiance World Overlord had fallen in addition to the dozen or so emperors. Of course, almost all the emperors who had fallen came from the Radiance World and other worlds. In their eyes, the emperors of the Middle Worlds were just ants. No matter how many casualties there were, they did not care. After the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Blue Flame reverted to their original bodies, they unleashed their maximum battle strength and led the remaining emperors to finally stabilize the situation and resist Daiyu's attacks. The Old Ape, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, Baizé Demon Emperor, and a group of Rakshasa emperors all joined the battle and tried their best to help Daiyu hold back some emperors. For example, the Old Ape alone was holding back 3 peak emperors. But even so, the number of emperors surrounding Daiyu remained at around 100. The emissary Inspector Heavens had unleashed his full power and displayed his peak battle strength. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest person in firmament below the great emperor. Only he could fight Daiyu head-on. With the emissary Inspector Heavens resisting and neutralizing most of Daiyu's attacks and power, together with Emperor Blue Flame and the other 100 emperors, Daiyu was unable to gain any advantage. The other emperors had seen Daiyu's methods and were even more careful with their attacks. When they saw that the situation was not good, they would retreat immediately. With the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Blue Flame holding back most of Daiyu's attention, it would be difficult for her to succeed and kill the surrounding emperors. North Kuin, South Peng, what are you waiting for? The Old Ape roared at Emperor North Kuin, Emperor South Peng, and the others who were watching from the sidelines. At this moment, you are still hesitating? If Emperor North Kuin, Emperor South Peng, Frost Dragon Emperor, and the Flower Domain Master were willing to help and stand on the side of Heaven Wasteland Domain, they could help Daiyu take away some of the emperors. Perhaps this little change would reduce the pressure on Daiyu and affect the final direction of the battle and break the balance. Chapter 3164. Without waiting for Emperor Bei Kuin and the others to speak, the Heavenly Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador sneered. While fighting against Daiyu, she said faintly, "You'd better think carefully about the consequences of going against the Heavenly Court." Emperor Bei Kuin, Emperor Nanpeng, and the other 2 sector lords frowned, looking troubled. It was not that they could not differentiate between right and wrong and did not want to help the Heaven Wasteland Domain. It was just that they really did not dare to take the risk. Once they chose to help the Heaven Wasteland Domain, it meant that they would be standing against the Heavenly Court. For many eras, which force that went against the Heavenly Court had a good ending. Some people were imprisoned forever in the sinful land, never to see the light of day, living a life worse than death. Some realms were completely wiped out from the middle 1,000 domains. Occasionally, when they were mentioned, they would attract the disdain of others. Since ancient times, there had been countless people who dared to challenge the Heavenly Court, including several ancient great emperors. But in the end, which one of them had a good ending? Although Emperor Araki Takashi was strong, he had not become a great emperor. In the past few eras, even numerous imperial emperors had perished successively, and they even carried the infamy of being a sinner. So, how great could a mere martial monarch desolate do? Now, Emperor Araki Takashi seemed powerful and invincible, but the true master of the heavenly court had yet to take action. Once the emperor of the heavenly court took action, no one in the middle 1,000 domains would be able to stop him. Time and time again, the heavenly court had failed. Every failure would bring great pain to the living beings of the middle 1,000 domains, and it would take countless years to recover. Emperor Baikuin and Emperor Nanpeng silently lowered their heads, not daring to meet the old ape's eyes. They could not bear this responsibility. Once they chose to go against the heavenly court, the newly born Kuinpeng realm would very likely be destroyed. The Frost Dragon Emperor was silent. She was the master of the dragon's domain, and shouldered the hope of reviving the dragons. Once she stood against the heavenly court, not to mention reviving the dragons might not even survive this lifetime. But if not for Emperor Araki Takashi, the dragons would have been destroyed, and even she would not have survived until now. This was an extremely difficult choice for her. On one hand, it meant the destruction of the dragons. On the other hand, it signified righteousness and gratitude. Finally, the Frost Dragon Emperor heavily slammed her dragon-headed walking stick on the ground and said in a deep voice, "I will give up my life and fight against the heaven. I only hope that no matter what happens to the dragon realm in the future, my clansmen will not resent me." The Frost Dragon Empress had already stepped forward, prepared to die. Sword World. At the beginning of the Empyrean battle, Wu Dao's true body had withstood the attacks of nearly 300 Empyrean lords and forcefully killed an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, instantly changing the situation. The remaining 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and 2 Heavenly Court's Young Masters were unable to withstand Wu Dao's true body despite using all their strength. From start to finish, Wu Dao's true body hadn't even released his world. He had only revolved his blood essence and relied on his body and bloodline to push forward. Other than the 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, the other Empyrean Lords, including the perfected worlds of the peak Empyrean Lords, could not withstand a single punch from Wu Dao. No divine weapon, no secret art, no immortal art, no matter what, they were no match for a single punch from Wu Dao himself. It was unstoppable, like a hot knife through butter. Wherever Wu Dao's true body went, people would be thrown off their feet. The forbidden arts released by the 2 Heavenly Court's Young Masters, Empyrean Lord Baiyu and Empyrean Lord Xianxin, were destroyed by Wu Dao's true body with 2 casual punches. It did not even stir up a single ripple. The 2 Heavenly Court's Young Masters were appalled. They were nearly scared out of their wits. This Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi was clearly a lot stronger and more terrifying than during the battle in the vast wilderness. They had never seen such means before. That was a forbidden art. Yet, it was destroyed by Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi with 2 casual punches. The 2 forbidden arts failed to stop Wu Dao's true body for even a moment. Seeing Wu Dao's true body approach them, the 2 Heavenly Court's Young Masters had no time to escape. If not for the 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors arriving in time to save them, Empyrean Lord Baiyu and Empyrean Lord Xianxin would have been beaten to death by Wu Dao's true body in a single exchange. Although they had saved the 2 Heavenly Court's Young Masters, the 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors did not have it easy. The world was on the brink of collapse from Wu Dao's true body's 2 punches. It was covered in cracks. Immense forces surged into their bodies through the world's cracks. The 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors spat out large mouthfuls of blood from the blows. All they could do was drag Empyrean Lord Baiyu and Empyrean Lord Xianxin into the crowd to avoid the brunt of the blows. They could not fight. They could not fight at all. The 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors' faces were pale. They claimed to be the strongest experts beneath the great emperor. But in front of Wu Dao's true body, they probably would not last more than 3 punches before being hammered to death on the spot. Thankfully, they had already sent a message to inform the other Inspector Heavenly Court's Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors to provide immediate reinforcements. Perhaps they would be able to hold back Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi by joining forces. Kill the bunch of people from the Sword World. Don't stop him. It's like striking a stone with an egg. White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador roared, reminding the other Empyrean Lord experts to disperse and begin their massacre of the Sword World. No matter how strong Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi was, it was impossible for him to take care of everyone. Only by doing so could they stall for time to the greatest extent, diverting Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi's attention. It had to be said that White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's change in strategy was rather timely. If the bunch of Empyrean Lord experts were to continue gathering together to fight Wu Dao's true body, they would probably be crushed and reduced to corpses beneath the feet of Wu Dao's true body. In just a short while, the number of Empyrean Lord experts had plummeted. There were less than 200 of them. Half of the 6 realm lords of the celestial tribute world had been killed by Wu Dao's true body with 2 punches. Now, the Empyrean Lord experts were scattered everywhere as they charged into the Sword World continent to engage in a massacre. Not only did they cause considerable damage to the cultivators of the Sword World, it would also take a lot of time for Wu Dao's true body to chase after them one by one. It was not only the Empyrean Lords. The cultivators of the Stone World, Heavenly Vision World, Golden Crow World, and other superworlds were also in a killing frenzy. When Wu Dao's true body sensed this scene, his expression was cold as he said slowly, "All of you are courting death." The moment he said that, 10 ancient and thick gates of hell appeared behind Wu Dao's true body. The gigantic gates stood in the starry cosmos and emitted a shuddering aura. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from every single gate. Before the cultivators could react, figures rushed out of the 9 gates of hell. They were densely packed, like carps crossing the river, as they charged into the crowd and began a massacre. Those living beings came from the 9 hells and were bloodthirsty and ferocious. Their bodies were filled with the aura of the netherworld. They were true living beings of hell. Apart from sword cultivators, kill everyone else. The voice of Wu Dao's true body was extremely cold. Initially, he did not intend to use the army from hell at this moment. He had prepared this army of hell for the heavenly courts. In the current battlefield, apart from the heavenly courts and the celestial tribute world, there were also the heavenly vision world, the stone world, and the golden crow world that came from the medium-class worlds. Originally, Wu Dao's true body still had some leeway and did not want to kill these worlds. However, the living beings of these worlds were not lenient towards the cultivators of the sword world at all. They were completely intent on killing them all. Seeing that, Wu Dao's true body no longer held back. He opened the gates of hell and released the bloodthirsty army. Chapter 3165. This group of living beings from hell had a natural hatred and disgust towards cultivators from the middle world. Fortunately, in this life, Wu Dao's true body was overseeing hell. With the help of Princess Yufei, he had subdued and tamed this ferocious and bloodthirsty army of hell. Otherwise, if such an army of hell suddenly descended and was completely uncontrollable, it would be a huge disaster for the middle world. Wu Dao's true body secretly brought the living beings from hell who had a chance of stepping into the Dark Realm, such as Hell Lord Ku Quan and the others, to the great wasteland world through the gates of hell. After all, it was once a hell that was comparable to the middle world. There were many experts. However, because hell was in ruins, this group of living beings from hell had always been suppressed, so they were unable to step into the Dark Realm. With the help of the complete heaven and earth and Tao techniques of the middle world, hundreds of living beings from hell stepped into the Dark Realm. Such an army of hell had been suppressed in the dark and gloomy hell for countless years. Now that they had descended into the middle world, they erupted with astonishing combat strength. The living beings from hell were fearless and excited to the extreme. They rushed into the crowd and started a massacre. The battlefield was in chaos. The cultivator armies of the heavenly eye world, stone world, golden crow world, and other superworlds were scattered by the army of hell. Many cultivators of the sword world also obtained a chance to catch their breaths. Without any worries, Wu Dao's true body once again pursued the imperial emperor experts of the heavenly court and the celestial tribute world. With a casual step, he could cross the endless starry sky and travel freely on the battlefield. No imperial emperor expert could block the attack of Wu Dao's true body. Wu Dao's true body arrived in front of the other party. With a casual punch, an imperial emperor expert died. The number of imperial emperors on the battlefield was rapidly decreasing. The realm lords of the heavenly eye world, stone world, and golden crow world were pale. They already had the intention to retreat and trembled. If this continued, before the sword world was destroyed, the imperial emperor experts they brought with them would all die here. The two inspector heavenly ambassadors were also livid with shock and bewilderment. The situation was not good. According to Empyrean Lord Bayou and Empyrean Lord Azure Flame's description, the few inspector heavenly ambassadors should be able to deal with Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi in the lower realm. But who would have thought that in just over 100 years, Emperor Araki Takashi's battle prowess was much stronger than what the three young masters of the heavenly court had described? Rumble. At this moment, a loud noise came from the sky. Soon after, an enormous crack appeared in the heavens, emitting a heart-palpitating pressure. Faint, immortal sounds could be heard, and the vital energy was rich. 5 figures appeared, standing in the air, looking down at the battlefield of Sword World with cold expressions. On the waists of these 5 figures hung tokens unique to the heavenly court. On them were the words Jun, Min, Yu, Zhu, and Yang. The 5 inspector heavenly ambassadors, Jun Tian, Min Tian, Yu Tian, Zhu Tian, and Yang Tian, rushed over immediately without having the time to gather manpower after receiving the call for help from the medium-class world. On the battlefield, the 2 inspector heavenly ambassadors who were hiding in the crowd with the 2 young masters of the heavenly courts used the arch weapons and the chaotic battlefield to hide their tracks, avoiding the pursuit of Wu Dao's true body. Upon seeing this scene, the 2 inspector heavenly ambassadors finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the 7 inspector heavenly ambassadors joining forces, even if they were unable to kill Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi, they could hold him back as much as possible while waiting for reinforcements from the heavenly court's army. However, White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador suddenly realized that Wu Dao's true body had vanished. White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador was alarmed. He looked around but failed to find any traces of Wu Dao's true body. Be careful. He seemed to think of something as he turned his head abruptly. He looked at the 5 inspector heavenly ambassadors who had descended from the sky and warned them loudly. Wu Dao's true body was definitely going to kill the 5 inspector heavenly ambassadors. The 5 inspector heavenly ambassadors who had just descended knew almost nothing about Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi. They had only heard that the 4 young masters of the heavenly courts had suffered greatly in the dimensional realm, but they did not know how powerful their opponents were. Furthermore, over the years, there was almost no one beneath the great Emperor realm that could threaten them. Even the powerful Empyrean lords under Fiend Lord and Ghost Mother would not be able to gain much of an advantage against them. Under such psychological influence, if they were targeted by Wu Dao's true body, they would definitely be severely injured, just as expected, just as White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's warning sounded. Wu Dao's true body had already descended in front of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yu Tian. His lifeblood rumbled as his body seemed to burn with countless flames. He raised his hand and punched out like a volcanic eruption, incinerating everything. For example, every time these Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors descended into a dimensional realm to patrol the heavens, all Empyrean Lord experts had to bow their heads obediently. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yu Tian had never seen such a situation before. Before he could find his footing, A purple-robed man had already appeared in front of him and struck out such a terrifying punch at him. Under this punch, all his means seemed to crumble at the first blow. Before his bloodline phenomenon could condense, it was burned to nothingness by the high temperatures produced by the punch. Before his world could take form, it was torn to shreds by the dermic vortex that revolved around the fist. This person's combat strength is probably comparable to a great emperor's. This was the final thought that flashed through Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yution's mind. The next moment, his vision turned black as he lost all consciousness. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 5 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors that had just descended were once again killed by Wu Dao's true body with a single punch. The remaining 4 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors were appalled. Without a second thought, they conjured their true bodies and conjured a world. They conjured their great emperor weapons and circled around them. However, Wu Dao's true body vanished once again. He did not give the 4 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors a chance to attack him. On the battlefield of the Sword World, White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador saw Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yution perish and Wu Dao's true body vanish once again. His heart suddenly turned gloomy. A strong sense of danger suddenly descended upon him. No good. White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador felt his scalp tingle as his heart sank. With Empyrean Lord Baiyu in tow, he hid in the crowd with the help of the great Emperor weapons. It was difficult for Wu Dao's true body to detect him, and his shout from before was equivalent to exposing himself. Boom! A huge wave of scorching energy surged forth. As White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's pupils constricted, a fist rapidly approached him. It grew in size and eventually filled his vision. A powerful suction force pulled him and Empyrean Lord Baiyu towards the fist. There was no way to avoid it. Roar! White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador and Empyrean Lord Baiyu roared at the same time as they pushed their lifeblood to its limits. White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador conjured another forbidden art as he punched at Wu Dao's true body's fist. Boom! When White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador and Empyrean Lord Baiyu clashed with Wu Dao's true body's fist, their bodies convulsed as they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The punch was heavy and forceful. It was unstoppable. The armor on White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's body was torn apart by the punch as it fell off his body. He was already covered in wounds as his flesh and skin tore apart. Blood dyed his snow-white long hair red. Empyrean Lord Baiyu was also coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as his eyes dimmed. Before the two could catch their breaths, the second punch arrived. Compared to the previous punch, it was even more ferocious and suffocating. It carried the aura of death and boundless might as it enveloped them. Chapter 3166. Middle World, in a corner of the vast cosmos. A white-browed elder hunched his back as he sat on a blank tombstone. He looked in the direction of the Sword World battlefield and muttered, "The commotion this time is too great. It will probably alarm those from the heavenly courts." On the other end of the cosmos, a thin girl also stopped in her tracks and looked at the Sword World. She suddenly asked, "If those people were to take action, should we help?" The two of them were separated by billions of kilometers of the cosmos, but they did not seem to be obstructed. They were just inches away from each other as they chatted casually. In the darkness of another cosmos, a figure slowly appeared. She looked like an old woman with a walking stick. She said slowly, "If we were to take action to resist the heavenly courts, it would mean the beginning of the War of the Heavens. A great emperor has yet to be born in a middle world. It's not the right time to attack the heavens. Besides, the great emperors have yet to take the final step." The white-browed elder did not say a word, as though he agreed with the old woman. The girl's gaze turned and landed in the direction of the heavenly realm. She narrowed her eyes and said with a cold voice, "He has gone overboard. He is also doing it to attack the heavens and to help us return to the major Kiliacosm." The old woman said indifferently, as though she thought nothing of it. The little girl fell silent, but her face still revealed a trace of coldness. On the Sword World battlefield, Wu Dao's true body's second punch descended, enveloping White Sky Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, and Empyrean Lord Baiyu within. Boom! There was a loud boom. White Sky Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, finally could not hold on any longer. His body reached the limits of what he could withstand as he was blasted apart by the punch. His essence soul was destroyed, and at the final critical moment, Empyrean Lord Baiyu tore apart a talisman charm. The talisman charm emitted a shocking killing intent as countless dermic runes enveloped Empyrean Lord Baiyu's body, carrying him in the direction of the heavenly courts. You still want to escape this time? Wu Dao sneered as he turned his fist into a palm and grabbed at the top of Empyrean Lord Baiyu's head. The dermic runes on Empyrean Lord Baiyu's body rapidly condensed, transforming into a sword that surged with killing intent. It cleaved down at Wu Dao's palm. Wu Dao's true body sensed that the dermic runes were left behind by the great emperors. If this were more than 100 years ago, it might have caused some trouble. But now, with a thought, Wu Dao summoned the prison-suppressing cauldron back to him and used it to suppress the murderous long sword. There was a loud bang. The killing intent sword was shattered by the prison-suppressing cauldron. Wu Dao's true body's palm landed directly on the top of Emperor Baiyu's head. "You can't kill me," Emperor Baiyu shrieked. "Pa!" Wu Dao's main body didn't even give him a chance to say a second word. He exerted force in his palm and instantly turned his head into a bloody mist. His soul scattered, and his body and Dao vanished. When the imperial monarchs saw the scene, a wave of deep fear surged in their hearts. Since the beginning of the battle, Imperial Monarch Araki Takashi had killed over 100 imperial monarchs, apart from the Empyrean emperors of the Heaven Conferment world. There were also 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors of the Heavenly Courts and a young master of the Heavenly Courts. In the battle of the Grand Desolate World and today's battle, the Celestial Tribute World was almost crippled by Imperial Monarch Araki Takashi alone. Even if the Heavenly Courts sent a few more Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, from the looks of it, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand Imperial Monarch Araki Takashi's attack. This battle was the focus of everyone's attention. In the 3,000 realms, countless experts were paying attention to this battle and waiting for the outcome. At that moment, not only the Heavenly Eye World, Stone World, Golden Crow World, and other worlds, even the remaining imperial monarchs of the Celestial Tribute World had the intention to retreat. The Heavenly Court's defeat was already apparent. If they didn't have any extraordinary means, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. At that moment, a heart-palpitating aura suddenly descended from the rift in the sky. This aura was so terrifying that it even made both sides who were fighting on the battlefield stop. They looked up in horror. An invisible and huge pressure enveloped the middle world. At that moment, all living beings in the 3,000 realms, regardless of their cultivation level or where they were jolted awake. They looked up at the starry sky. All living beings held their breath, anxious and uneasy. They had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. It was as if this world was about to usher in the end. Not only on the battlefield of the Sword World, the battle on the Heaven Wasteland domain side also gradually came to a stop. This pressure. Dai Yu's face revealed a rare trace of solemnity. Only a great emperor could make all living beings in the 3,000 realms feel such a huge pressure. Ants. At that moment, a fierce shout suddenly came from the rift in the sky. When it landed in the middle world, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, bursting forth with endless majesty. Not to mention the low-level cultivators. Even the imperial monarchs present almost knelt to the ground under this fierce shout. Their ears were buzzing and their minds were blank. It was as if the word ants was berating them. The Iron Crown elder's face was pale. This battle had alarmed the great emperor. Not only would the Sword World and Heaven Wasteland domain be removed, even Imperial Monarch Araki Takashi. Unlike the imperial monarchs of the sword world and heaven wasteland domain, the imperial monarchs of the heavenly court breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this voice. The inspector heavenly ambassadors were also relieved. They did not have the slightest confidence in facing imperial monarch Araki Takashi. The imperial monarchs from the White Sky Empire looked excited, but also somewhat sad and indignant. A White Sky Emperor could not help but cry out sorrowfully, "Master, the inspector heavenly ambassadors and young master have just been killed by Araki Takashi. Araki Takashi, Araki Takashi." In the crack in the sky, low moans reverberated. No one dared to speak, for fear of disturbing the person in the heavenly court. The atmosphere between heaven and earth was extremely oppressive. At this moment, Wu Dao stood in the air and only slightly raised his head. Because he was wearing the Mo Luo mask, no one could see his expression. If someone could see through it, they would be surprised to find that Wu Dao's expression was much calmer than they imagined. "Araki Takashi, Araki Takashi." The low murmur continued to reverberate. Then it came to an abrupt stop. "How dare you!" A loud roar sounded in the sky, accompanied by a vast and majestic pressure. A large hand passed through the rift in the sky and slammed down toward Imperial Monarch Araki Takashi in the starry sky. This large hand blotted out the sky and contained an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. As soon as it arrived in the middle world, the surrounding stars were instantly destroyed and turned into dust. The starry sky trembled and the sky darkened. A great emperor had attacked. Some of the sword cultivators of the sword world could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground. This enormous hand that blotted out the sky didn't just want to crush the martial Dao true body to death. It also enveloped the entire sword world, wanting to annihilate the sword world beneath its palm. Even the monarchs outside the battlefield felt their hearts tremble when they sensed this aura. The gap was too great. This was the power of a great emperor. There was no way to contend against it. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Emperor North Kuin and Emperor South Peng sighed softly when they saw this scene. They did not help Heaven Wasteland Domain because they were worried that this battle would alarm a great emperor. A great emperor was enough to quell everything. Chapter 3167. In this middle world, no one had ever seen a great emperor in action. What kind of scene would that be? Although Wu Dao's true body had seen a great emperor before, he had never fought one. He did not know how powerful a great emperor was. Only at this moment did he feel the power of a great emperor that caused the cosmos to tremble, the heavens to tremble, and all races to submit. It was very powerful. It was unprecedentedly powerful. It even made him feel immense pressure. If it were 100 years ago, he would definitely not have been able to withstand such a palm strike without using the origin martial, Grotto Heaven. But today was different from the past. In 100 years, Daiyu had improved tremendously. Wu Dao's true body was also transforming. After the battle of the Grand Desolate World, Wu Dao's true body's origin martial Grotto Heaven had stepped into the Dark Realm and transformed into the origin martial world. The origin martial world was his Wu Dao body. Even without using the origin martial world, he could easily suppress many peak imperial lords and shatter a perfected world with just his physical body and bloodline power. After the two true bodies met, Wu Dao's true body had fused the three Dao fires of Qinglian's true body into his body, causing the might of Wu Dao's furnace and martial tempering universe to be greatly enhanced. In the previous battle, Wu Dao's true body had slaughtered everyone. Even the three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors had been killed by him in 2 to 3 punches. But in fact, he had held back and had not released his full strength. At the beginning of the battle, Wu Dao's true body had guessed that this battle would very likely alarm the Heavenly Court's great emperor. He had to hold back, and all of these backup plans were for this moment. Facing the huge hand that blotted out the sky, Wu Dao's true body roared into the sky. He pushed his lifeblood to its limits as a rumbling sound came from his body. The next moment, a huge flaming furnace appeared between heaven and earth. standing tall in the cosmos. Bloodline phenomenon, Wu Dao's furnace. This gigantic, blazing furnace even enveloped the gigantic hand descending from the sky. 9 blazing flames burned fiercely, intending to refine this gigantic hand. Humph! A cold snort came from above the heavenly court, and the tone was filled with disdain. The gigantic hand suddenly turned blood-red as a massive amount of blood qi filled the entire furnace. It clashed with the 9 flames and sizzled. Under the suppression of this blood-red hand, the 9 flames continued to weaken and even showed signs of extinguishing. Wu Dao's furnace couldn't block the sky-covering hand at all. Instead, it kept shaking and was about to be smashed into pieces by the sky-covering hand. Whoosh! Wu Dao's true body activated his divine sense and released a world. Martial refining universe. Nether ghost fire, red lotus karmic fire, calamity fire, vermilion bird Dao fire, hell fire, immortal Dao fire, Buddhist Dao fire, devil Dao fire, and martial soul fire. 9 great flames gathered in the universe and transformed into 9 fire dragons that roared at the sky. The 9 fire dragons circled around Wu Dao's furnace, causing the 9 fire auras in Wu Dao's furnace to increase greatly, and the fire was ignited once again. The heaven and earth furnace, under the burning of the divine fire inside and outside, was burned red and transparent. Even the gigantic hand that covered the sky was emitting billowing green smoke. Martial refining universe, combined with Wu Dao's furnace, allowed Wu Dao's power to be unleashed to the extreme. All the living beings of the middle world were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and their faces were full of shock. Even the Sword World's elder with the Iron Crown and the Heaven Wasteland Domain's Emperor experts had a look of disbelief on their faces. The battle strength of Emperor Araki Takashi had reached such a level that he was in a stalemate with the great Emperor. Under the starry sky, the sky-covering hand seemed to be in pain and couldn't continue to suppress it. Instead, it wanted to withdraw its palm. But Wu Dao's true body didn't give it this chance. After martial refining universe and Wu Dao's furnace, another loud sound came from the starry sky. 10 huge ancient portals descended and pressure surged. Under the will of Wu Dao's true body, they exerted force at the same time and suppressed the sky-covering hand. Boom! There was a deafening sound, and heaven and earth trembled. The 10 portals of hell smashed heavily into the sky-covering hand. The next moment, blood mist filled the sky, and a large amount of blood rain sprinkled down. The blood of a great emperor. All the living beings of the middle world were in an uproar. 3,000 domains were shaken. In the Heaven Wasteland Palace, Emperor North Kuin and Emperor South Rock widened their eyes and looked at the blood rain in the sky in disbelief. The 2 of them didn't expect that the great emperor of the heavenly court would make a move. The great emperor's palm had been shattered by Emperor Araki Takashi. Araki Takashi has probably. Emperor North Kuin's lips trembled, and he swallowed his saliva and murmured, "He has already become a great emperor." Others couldn't see through the cultivation realm of Wu Dao's true body and didn't know that he had just stepped into the great emperor realm. But the scene in front of them almost proved that Araki Takashi was a great emperor. If he didn't have the battle strength of a great emperor who could injure the great emperor of the heavenly court, this is a great emperor. The old man with the iron crown looked excited and his voice trembled. He originally thought that the Sword Realm and Heaven Wasteland Domain would be destroyed and that Emperor Araki Takashi would also die. But he didn't expect that Araki Takashi would injure the great emperor of the heavenly court after making a move. Could there be a turning point in this battle? Great emperor, he is a great emperor. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Emperor Xian, Ken of the heavenly court, was really frightened, and his face was pale as he suddenly exclaimed, "Only a great emperor expert could fight against the great emperor of the heavenly court." The words "great emperor Araki Takashi" immediately caused a commotion on the battlefield of the Sword Realm. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Someone in the Sword Realm shouted loudly. After this voice, more and more sword cultivators' blood boiled, and they shouted loudly, "Great Emperor Araki Takashi! Great Emperor Araki Takashi!" The sound waves rolled and spread in all directions. On the battlefield of the Sword Realm, the morale of the cultivators of the Sky Eye Realm, the Stone Realm, and the Golden Crow Realm was greatly reduced, and they were at a loss of what to do. Heaven Wasteland Domain. The Emperor cultivators of the Light Realm and more than 100 other realms were all shocked and couldn't recover for a while. The cultivators of the more than 100 realms were filled with regret. They had followed the people of the Heavenly Court to Heaven Wasteland Domain and thought that it would be a crushing situation and a killing feast. Who would have thought that they would provoke a great emperor? The many creatures of Heaven Wasteland Domain became extremely excited when they saw this scene, and they also shouted loudly, "Great Emperor Araki Takashi! Great Emperor Araki Takashi!" The creatures of Heaven Wasteland Domain originally thought that Heaven Wasteland Domain was only founded by an immortal king. But they didn't expect that the person behind Heaven Wasteland Domain was a great emperor of the human race, not only in the Sword Realm, but also in the minds of the emperor experts of Heaven Wasteland Domain, Dragon Realm, Kuinpeng Realm, and many other realms. Great Emperor Araki Takashi, the great emperor of this era of the Middle World, was born. After the fall of Great Emperor Changsheng, this era finally had a place to belong. The era of Araki Takashi. When the emperors thought of this, their hearts were filled with emotion. Like fate, the great emperor of this era of the Middle World still chose to go against the heavenly court. However, the emperors had many doubts. According to the ancient records, when a mortal of the Middle World proved his Tao, it would definitely cause the world to shake and the great Tao to resonate. At that moment, all the beings of the 3,000 realms would be aware of it. But from the beginning to the end, such a strange movement had never occurred in the Middle World. Chapter 30, 168. Great Darch. The Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors looked at the Empyrean Lord of the Celestial Tribute World with ugly expressions. The Celestial Tribute World was under the orders of the Heavenly Courts to monitor the Middle Realms. Now, a great Darch was born in a Middle Realm. Yet, the Heavenly Courts did not receive any news of it. What are all of you doing in the Celestial Tribute World? Are you blind? The mysterious Sky Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, stared at the remaining 3 Celestial Tribute World Lords with a cold gaze and a sinister tone. He was truly infuriated. The Heavenly Courts did not notice such a huge matter. They had not made any preparations either. They had followed the Heavenly Court's young masters to the Sword World to fight the human Great Darch. They were simply courting death. The 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors were already dead. It was only luck that allowed him to live up to this point. If they knew that a Great Darch was in a Middle Realm, they would not have rashly descended. I didn't know either. Celestial Tribute Rock Darch had a look of horror and innocence as his voice trembled. They really did not sense any phenomenon of great Tao resonance. They were not the only ones who could sense that a great Darch in a Middle Realm had attained the Tao. Over the years, Imperial Lord Araki Takashi had been extremely high profile. He had even appeared to quell the war of dragons and phoenixes and the war of Kuinpeng. However, there had never been any signs that indicated that someone had attained the Tao. 3 good-for-nothings. The mysterious Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador suddenly attacked and slapped Celestial Tribute Rock, the Arca's head, shattering it. His essence soul was destroyed as he died on the spot. Celestial Tribute Rock Darch never expected the mysterious Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador to attack him. He was completely unprepared and was flabbergasted as he was slapped to death. The remaining 2 Celestial Tribute World Lords turned pale in fright. They hurriedly knelt to the ground and begged for mercy. The mysterious Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador suppressed the rage in his heart and snorted coldly. He did not continue killing. With the war about to begin, the 2 Celestial Tribute World Lords were peak Imperial Lords after all. they were still of some use. In the darkness of the vast cosmos, the old woman's voice suddenly sounded. This Araki Takashi has attained the Tao? Why don't I know about it? This voice could not be heard by others, but in two other corners of the starry sky, the white-browed elder and the little girl could hear it clearly. Probably not. The white-browed elder said, "The last time I met him, he had just stepped into the emperor realm not long ago. It's impossible for him to become a great emperor in 100 years. Furthermore, there will definitely be a phenomenon when one proves his Tao in a middle world." The little girl said, "Although he hasn't confirmed his Tao as a great emperor, his battle strength is already comparable to a great emperor." It's hard to say. The old woman smiled and said, "That person from Haotian didn't use his full strength when he made his move just now. He didn't expect to run into a nail in a medium-class realm. That little injury is nothing to him. Instead, it will only enrage him. When his true body descends, it is still unknown whether this Araki Takashi can withstand it." As soon as he finished speaking, the old woman's aura suddenly disappeared, concealed. Meanwhile, a figure slowly descended from the crack in the sky. The heavens trembled and the stars dimmed. Looking at this high and mighty figure, all the beings of the myriad races had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship, unable to summon any thoughts of resistance. Endless pressure shrouded the medium-class realm, pressing down on the hearts of all the beings of the myriad races. Under such pressure, the only person who could maintain a calm expression was Wu Dao's true body in the starry sky. "So, you have become the new Lord of Hell." This figure wearing a white robe stared at the 10 gates of hell around Wu Dao's true body and said slowly. His voice was like metal clashing, sonorous and powerful. "Who are you?" Wu Dao's true body asked faintly. "I am the Lord of Haotian." There was a hint of arrogance in the white-robed man's tone. The Lord of Haotian was just a great emperor. However, this white-robed man's tone didn't seem to care about Wu Dao's true body, and he didn't even put him in his eyes. "You are just bluffing." The Lord of Haotian's tone was indifferent as he said, "Although the Lord of Hell is suppressed in the Avicii Hell, he is not dead. His Tao seal is still in the infernal world. It is impossible for you to prove your Tao in the infernal world. As for the medium-class realms, I did not notice any traces of someone proving their Tao there." "Great Emperor Araki Takashi?" The Lord of Haotian sneered and spat out 2 words in a contemptuous tone. "Ant." As soon as his voice fell, the Lord of Haotian attacked again. His palm looked intact, as if the previous injury didn't affect him at all. The Lord of Haotian's palm came down, but Wu Dao's true body didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he moved forward and raised his hand to punch. At the same time, he combined with Wu Dao's furnace, martial arts universe, and the 10 gates of hell to push Wu Dao's strength to the limit and burst out with a peak-killing power. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. In the center of the battlefield where the 2 figures were fighting, a huge halo burst out. The starry sky collapsed, and the void shattered. The power of the collision formed a wave of power that spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed, and countless stars were turned into dust. This light was so bright that other than imperial emperors, the other cultivators couldn't withstand it. They either averted their gaze or closed their eyes. When the crowd opened their eyes again, they saw that the 2 figures in the center of the battlefield were still facing each other. The Lord of Haotian's true body had arrived, and Wu Dao's true body was facing his opponent head-on. He didn't even retreat half a step. Just this punch had completely established the name of Great Emperor Araki Takashi. After this punch, no one in the 3,000 realms doubted the name of Great Emperor Araki Takashi anymore. "You have some skills." A trace of surprise flashed through the depths of the Lord of Haotian's eyes. He really didn't expect Wu Dao's true body to be able to withstand his punch. Again, the Lord of Haotian attacked again, and a long sword appeared in his palm. The sword pierced over like an antelope's horn, untraceable. This sword seemed to have escaped into the Great Tao. The Great Tao was invisible and couldn't be seen or touched at all. Wu Dao's true body felt a huge sense of danger, and his hair stood on end. This sword even made him smell a wisp of death. Suddenly, Wu Dao's true body closed his eyes. However, his eyesight and divine sense were unable to capture the traces of this sword. Only by relying on his mysterious spiritual sense and the sharpness of countless life and death experiences could he possibly resolve this sword. Wu Dao's true body remained calm, and his mind was clear. After closing his eyes and covering his facial features, a chaotic and hazy world seemed to appear in his mind. In this gray and hazy chaos, a wisp of white light was speeding toward him, stabbing between his eyebrows. Wu Dao's true body suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 balls of purple flames rose in his eyes, burning fiercely. Boom! The prison-suppressing cauldron fell from the sky and smashed into the void in front of him. There was originally nothing there. However, after the prison-suppressing cauldron smashed down, there was the sound of metal colliding, and sparks flew everywhere. A sharp sword with a biting, cold-killing intent appeared. The Lord of Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he hadn't expected Wu Dao's true body to be able to block his attack. Chapter 3169. Kill. Just as Wu Dao's true body was fighting the White Sky Lord, the Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors gave their orders. The battle between the Sword World and the Heaven Wasteland domain erupted once again. This time, the Sword World did not have Wu Dao's true body. It only had the Iron Crown Elder and the Emperors from the Infernal Court. They could not withstand the combined forces of the Heavenly Court, the Celestial Tribute Domain, and several other super-domains. When the battle erupted, countless sword cultivators died. The Iron Crown Elder was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He wielded his sword and fought the Emperors with all his might. Wu Dao's true body noticed this scene. With a thought, the 10 gates of hell appeared on the battlefield of the Sword World under his control. The 10 gates of hell appeared, smashing and slapping anyone they saw. Apart from the Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, the other emperors could not withstand the suppression of the 10 gates of hell. This was because Wu Dao's true body was mostly focused on fighting the White Sky Lord. He could not unleash the full power of the 10 gates of hell. With the 10 gates of hell holding them back, the pressure on the Sword World was greatly reduced. But without the support of the 10 gates of hell, coupled with the distraction, Wu Dao's true body was instantly at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by the White Sky Lord and was forced to retreat. Boom! The White Sky Lord propped up a world. In this world, one could clearly see a Tao imprint that vaguely condensed into a holy beast white tiger. It was murderous. The White Sky Lord released his bloodline phenomenon. Blood, Qi soared behind him as the holy beast white tiger appeared and roared at Su Zimo. Roar! Accompanied by the tiger roar, the Tao imprint in the White Sky Lord's world fell off and merged with the bloodline phenomenon. It charged at Wu Dao's true body. You dare to be distracted when fighting me! The White Sky Lord's gaze was cold as he said coldly, Let's see how many lives you have. He released a series of killer moves, wanting to take advantage of the situation to kill Wu Dao's true body. The world behind Wu Dao's true body was clearly a small world, but it could unleash such astonishing combat strength and fight him head-on. If this Araki Takashi didn't die, he would become a huge threat. With the support of the Tao Seal, White Sky Lord's bloodline phenomenon had clearly risen to another level. Boom! 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 The White Sky Sovereign brought a world with him, as well as a bloodline phenomenon augmented by a Tao Seal. He erupted with a barrage of attacks, causing a series of deafening explosions to resound through the starry skies. The eyes of Wu Dao's true body burned with purple flames as he held up the heaven and earth furnace. With one hand holding the hell-suppressing cauldron and the other clenching into a fist, he gathered his will to resist the White Sky Lord's attack. Thud! 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 Wu Dao's true body continuously retreated. Every step he took caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The martial arts universe was on the verge of collapse, and the 9 fire dragons were no longer as strong as they were just now. The runes on the heaven and earth furnace began to dim. Under the repeated attacks of the White Sky Sovereign, they began to change shape, reaching the limits of what they could withstand. Pooh! Wu Dao's true body opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ever since Wu Dao reached greater mastery, almost no one had been able to injure him. But today he was facing the arch from the heavenly courts without the support of the 10 gates of hell and the White Sky Lord's full strength. Under this situation, Wu Dao's true body was already injured and showed signs of defeat. Sighs could be heard throughout the 3,000 worlds. He had still lost. It was like fate, like reincarnation. Just one arch from the heavenly courts had descended, and the arch Araki Takashi was already unable to withstand it. The light that had just lit up in the eyes of the arch North Kuin and the arch South Rock dimmed again. The hot blood in their bodies also gradually turned cold. Both of them regained their composure and remained silent. Zimo! The old man with the iron crown waved his sword like a madman, pushing away the surrounding imperial emperors. He shouted into the starry skies, "Recall the 10 gates of hell! Ignore us!" Wu Dao's true body didn't seem to hear anything. Even though he was injured and showed signs of defeat, he still controlled the 10 gates of hell to help Sword Realm resist the heavenly court's powerful attacks. Once he recalled the 10 gates of hell, Sword Realm would be destroyed in less than half an hour. Araki Takashi, seeing that the situation was settled, the White Sky Lord sneered with a proud expression. "You're about to die, and you still want to save Sword Realm? You can't kill me." Wu Dao's true body wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The purple flames in his eyes burned brighter. Even though he was injured, his battle intent didn't decrease. Instead, his aura surged. At this moment, the White Sky Lord felt a fearless, unyielding, and strong will to resist. It was as if he could see Wu Dao's true body cultivating a blazing Dao heart. The sky couldn't cover it, and the earth couldn't bury it. It was as if no power in the world could shake it. "Let's fight!" Wu Dao's true body shouted and raised the hell-suppressing cauldron. The 4 saint souls appeared on the cauldron and roared into the sky. Buddha phantoms surrounded them. At this moment, Wu Dao's true body's aura reached its peak, even surpassing the White Sky Lord's. Boom! 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 The two exchanged blows again, and a series of collisions broke out. A battle of forbidden techniques, bloodlines, close combat, a clash of primordial spirits, a collision of worlds. After being injured, Wu Dao's true body erupted with a strong will. The more he fought, the braver he became. His battle's strength rose again, and he turned the tables on the White Sky Lord. They were evenly matched. Even with the support of the Dao Seal, the White Sky Lord still couldn't suppress Wu Dao's true body. In a corner of the vast starry sky, looking at the 2 figures fighting in the starry sky, the little girl suddenly said, "Although no one in the medium-class world has reached the great Emperor realm, in this world, Araki Takashi is comparable to a great emperor. Let's join forces with him and start the heaven-conquering art." No. In another dark shadow, the old woman directly rejected the idea. Comparable to a great emperor, but not a great emperor of a medium-class world. Moreover, Fengdu is still a little lacking. He hasn't merged his 3 corpses. When the little girl heard this, her expression turned cold. She said coldly, "When he merges his 3 corpses, how many people will he sacrifice?" "It's worth it no matter how many people he sacrifices," the old woman said casually. "Otherwise, those ants will also be used by the heavenly court and become obstacles to our heaven-conquering art. Do you think it's worth it?" The little girl's tone had changed, revealing a trace of killing intent. "Enough," the white-browed old man interrupted and said indifferently. "It's not suitable for us to show up now. If we don't show up, those from the heavenly court won't dare to act rashly. At least Araki Takeshi has a chance of survival. Once we show up, those from the heavenly court will also show up without a great emperor from a medium-class world. And Fengdu hasn't become a great emperor. It's not good for the heaven-conquering art. The little girl no longer spoke and fell silent. She also knew that the Devil Master was right. In the Devil Master's heart, he didn't care about Araki Takeshi's life or death, nor did he care about all living beings in the world. He didn't even care about anyone. The Devil Master only had one goal, and that was the heaven-conquering art. But she was different. The little girl's gaze fell in the direction of the heaven realm. She gradually clenched her fists, and the coldness in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. The heaven realm was already enveloped by the aura of death. Countless plants withered, and all living beings wailed and cried. Large areas of green mountains and clear waters were reduced to ruins. The beasts died, the birds fell, and the trees withered regardless of race, gender, or cultivation level. They couldn't control the loss of life in their bodies. Their expressions were filled with despair, and waves of wails erupted before they died. Chapter 30, 170. The living beings on that land had no idea what had happened. Some died in their sleep, some died in panic, and some died in fear. Some of the living beings had their eyes wide open until the moment of their death. Their faces were filled with confusion, unwillingness, confusion, and fear. They died with their eyes wide open. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you?" A 4- or 5-year-old child looked at his family in front of him, whose faces were shrouded in the aura of death, and shouted loudly. The woman's face was full of reluctance. She wanted to stretch out her hand and gently wipe away the tears at the corner of the child's eyes. However, just as she raised her hand, she had no strength left. She fell in front of the child, and her life force dissipated. The child threw himself on his parents' bodies and cried loudly, but he was still unable to save his parents' lives. Not long after, the child's cries gradually faded. His face was also shrouded in the aura of death. The child no longer cried. Instead, he squeezed between the corpses of his parents and curled up in their arms. Gradually, he stopped breathing. Some cultivators were running wildly, trying to escape from this place. However, no matter where he went, his body was inevitably stained with the aura of death. In the end, he was reduced to a withered skeleton, lying in the mud. What happened? Is there someone coming to save us? In the ancient city, a city lord looked at the corpses and bones in the city and cried out loudly. No one responded. In the end, there was an additional corpse on the city wall. The heavens have pity on us. Why did they send down such a disaster? Countless living beings knelt on the ground and prayed to the heavens. The heavenly realm was already in ruins, and the living beings were in a terrible situation. Gods from the heavens, have you seen what kind of curse this land is suffering? What kind of pain the living beings here are suffering? Please save them. I beg the Buddhas of the heavens to appear. I beg the Bodhisattvas of the heavens to protect us. Where is the 9 heavens immortal emperor? Please save these cultivators of the celestial realm. Whether it was immortals, demonic cultivators, or monks, they could not avoid the aura of death surging from their bodies as they walked towards their graves. Shouts, cries for help, and cries were intertwined. However, who cared about the living beings of the heavenly realm in the vast 3,000 realms? Apart from the true great emperors, who else could hear their voices and see the suffering they were enduring? All living things wept in grief, their resentment soaring to the heavens. Finally, that person who was locked in a bitter battle in the starry sky was alerted. If it were any other time, Wu Dao's main body would definitely have noticed it much earlier. However, he was currently fighting the strongest cultivator he had ever faced, the White Sky Lord. He also had to divert a portion of his attention to control the 10 gates of hell and stabilize the situation in the Sword World. However, he could still vaguely hear the wails of all living beings from the distant heaven realm. Wu Dao's true body punched White Sky, Lord, and forced him back. Then he turned around, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void and fall upon the land of Heaven Realm that was surrounded by death energy. Fengdu, you are courting death. The purple flames in the eyes of Wu Dao's real body were about to burst out. His voice was like thunder, spreading to every corner of the 3,000 worlds. His killing intent was monstrous. At the same time, the White Sky Lord also noticed the situation in the Heaven Realm. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. The living beings of the Heaven Realm were like ants, and he didn't care about their lives at all. He was just curious about Araki Takashi's stance. Araki Takashi was obviously on the opposite side of the Heavenly Court, but he also seemed to be on bad terms with the one in the underworld. The White Sky Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he quietly observed the situation. Ha 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 ha. Fengdu's laughter suddenly sounded in the Heaven Realm. Since he could no longer hide it, there was no need to continue hiding. Araki Takashi, why are you so angry? Fengdu laughed loudly. I am helping you. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures rose into the sky from the Devil Realm, 9 Firmament Immortal Realm, and Pure Land of Bliss. They were 6 Brahma Heaven Master, 9 Firmament Immortal Emperor, and World Destruction Devil Emperor. The 3 corpses were surrounded by extremely dense death energy. They had the same expression on their faces, and they had strange smiles on their faces. They arrived in the sky above the Heaven Realm and quickly merged together. The aura of the 3 corpses was even stronger than what Wu Dao's real body had seen last time. In order to merge the 3 corpses, Fengdu had used another method to become a great emperor and sacrificed billions of lives in the Heaven Realm. A huge tomb appeared in the sky above the Heaven Realm. The 3 corpses were originally cut off from Fengdu's body, so the merging speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the 3 corpses had merged into one. The 3 corpses merged into one, forming a tall man with a sinister face. A ghostly ball of light suddenly descended on the man's head and entered his sea of consciousness through the top of his head. The man's aura skyrocketed again. After the 3 corpses merged, Fengdu had become one with the 3 corpses. Fengdu's aura was infinitely close to that of a great emperor. However, it was still a little short. The 3 corpses were not complete. Not enough people have died. Fengdu laughed sinisterly and opened his arms. He shouted, Come, let the heavens witness the rebirth of buried heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Under the gazes of countless people, a large area of the 3,000 worlds was covered in huge tombs that rose up and enveloped these worlds. Buried heaven's Tao technique descended, and endless death energy surrounded it. The imperial emperors standing in the starry sky looked down and saw that the 3,000 realms were covered in tombs. It had almost become a huge cemetery. What a big move! In the dark shadows, the old woman sighed in admiration. After many years of planning, Fengdu had already set up countless Tao runes all over the 3,000 realms. He was just waiting for this moment to bury the heavens, refine all living beings, and prove his Tao as a great emperor. If Fengdu was allowed to cast his spell, more than half of the living beings in the 3,000 realms would be buried and die an unnatural death. The living beings in the 3,000 realms had no idea what was happening. All living beings ran and cried loudly. Boom! At that moment, a figure fell like a meteor and collided heavily with Fengdu. Wu Dao's true body descended above the heavenly realm and interrupted Fengdu's spell with a punch. Fengdu! Wu Dao's true body's eyes burned with purple flames, but his voice was incomparably cold. He said slowly, I told you to take care of yourself. Don't become the second Lord of Hell. Fengdu was just a step away from proving his Tao as a great emperor. Now that he was interrupted by Wu Dao's true body, his face darkened. Araki Takashi. Fengdu's tone was unfriendly. His gaze was faint as he said coldly, You better think carefully. As long as I prove my Tao as a great emperor, I can help you suppress the White Sky Lord. Do you want to become the second, seamless great emperor? Wu Dao's true body was furious. He didn't listen to Fengdu's words and attacked again. The hell-suppressing cauldron smashed fiercely at Fengdu. Boom! 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 Wu Dao's true body and Fengdu erupted into a huge battle. Although Fengdu hadn't become a true great emperor, after the fusion of the three corpses, his corpses were infinitely close to a great emperor's corporeal body. Coupled with his great emperor-level primordial spirit, Wu Dao's true body couldn't suppress him even though he had the upper hand. At this moment, Wu Dao's true body was alarmed. A sharp weapon tore through the air. Before it landed, he felt a faint pain at the back of his head. The hell-suppressing cauldron had just smashed towards Fengdu, so he couldn't dodge in time. He could only punch behind him. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. A long sword pierced through Wu Dao's true body's fist. His entire arm was pierced through by this sword. It was minced, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was a sharp sword that had been strengthened by the White Sky Lord's Dao seal. Chapter 30, 171. To the White Sky Master. Even if Fengdu proved its Dao as a great emperor, it was not a threat to him or the heavenly court. Moreover, Fengdu's method of proving its Dao as a great emperor was not to prove one's Dao in a medium-class domain. Instead, it was to sever 3 corpses and transform them into great emperor corpses. Then it would enter the great emperor-level primordial spirit and increase its combat strength to that of a great emperor. To the White Sky Master, the real threat was Wu Dao's true body. He had just stepped into the great emperor realm, but he already had the combat strength of a great emperor. If he was allowed to grow, it was very likely that he would bring serious damage to the heavenly court. The White Sky Master did not care about the lives of the people in the medium-class domain. He also did not care about the hostile relationship between the heavenly court and the underworld. He only cared about getting rid of the potential threat that was Wu Dao's true body. Therefore, when Wu Dao's true body was fighting with Fengdu, the White Sky Master did not attack Fengdu, but chose to attack Wu Dao's true body. This sword was the White Sky Master's accumulated strength attack. He calculated the timing and concluded that Wu Dao's true body would not be able to dodge. Wu Dao's true body was able to dodge this fatal sword at the cost of an arm, which was already somewhat beyond the White Sky Master's expectations. Humph! In the dark shadows of the vast starry sky, the old woman snorted and said, "This Araki Takashi overestimates himself. He can't even deal with the White Sky Master, and he still wants to suppress Fengdu and make another strong enemy. Now he's fighting 2 people alone and has been seriously injured by the White Sky Master. Let's see how long he can struggle." The white-browed old man lowered his eyes and did not seem to care about the scene in front of him. The little girl just silently looked at the battlefield and clenched her fists. The old woman seemed to sense something and turned her gaze to the little girl. Suddenly she said, "Asya, you're not going to help that Araki Takashi, are you?" The little girl was expressionless and did not say a word. The old woman smiled and said, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you provoke those from the heavenly court and cause the war to be brought forward, it won't be good for us. Shameless." The old ape of the heaven wasteland domain noticed the scene just now and could not help but curse. The grudge between the celestial heavens and the netherworld was extremely deep. However, when the master of the netherworld wanted to bury the heavens and sacrifice all living beings, not only did the great emperor of the celestial heavens not stop him, he even severely injured Martial Emperor Huang, who was blocking Fengdu. The people of the 3,000 domains were also stunned. Many demons, the heavenly court's heavenly court, emperor's great, the heavenly court's great emperor's decision. The demons were clearly massacring the living beings of the middle realm, but the heavenly court's emperor didn't care at all. Heavens, the emperor, heavenly court, emperor, heavenly emperor was emperor, will emperor's emperor, the great emperor, he emperor, and the emperor, lord of the enemies, he, ents great emperor. At this moment, many cultivators and living beings had regained their senses. Everyone could see that the lord of the underworld, Feng Du, was completely heartless and inhumane. He didn't care about the survival of the medium-class realm at all. The people of the heavenly court did not care about their lives. Only the great emperor, Araki Takashi, was trying his best to save them. Emperor Araki Takashi, this is the great emperor of the middle world, the great emperor of the human race. Someone murmured with tears in his eyes. In the sky above the heaven realm, the martial Tao body stood in the air. The wound on his arm had already stopped bleeding. The White Sky Master's sword was too powerful. The White Sky Lord's Tao seal was imbued on the sword's edge, and it contained the extremely terrifying killing intent of the White Tiger Clan. The Tao seal of the White Tiger Clan's killing intent condensed on the wound of the martial Tao body's severed arm. Wu Dao's great emperor, heavenly emperor, temporarily stopped the bleeding and prevented a large loss of qi and blood. However, he could not regrow his arm in a short time. Kiki! When Feng Du saw that, he gloated and laughed strangely. Desolate Marshal, I'm the only one who truly wants to help you. Unfortunately, you don't know how to appreciate favors and ended up in this state. This is retribution for meddling in other people's business. After pausing for a moment, Feng Du smiled and said, I was wrong before. You can't become the great emperor of Seamless. You just stepped into the great emperor realm. You're far from the Seamless realm. It's enough to kill you. Wu Dao's great emperor, heavenly emperor, looked at the devastated heavenly realm. His tone was cold. The White Sky Master did not give Wu Dao's great emperor, heavenly emperor, any chance to breathe. He attacked again, wanting to take advantage of the situation to kill Wu Dao's great emperor, heavenly emperor. Seeing this scene, Feng Du chuckled. He did not need to care about the great emperor Araki Takashi. He could get rid of him with the help of the heavenly court's great emperor. Feng Du urged his primordial spirit and circulated the heaven-burying scripture again. He continued to refine the 3,000 realms and all living beings, preparing to take the last step. Boom! Just as the heavenly burial scripture was activated, the prison-suppressing cauldron shone with divine light, the sacred beast roared, and Sanskrit chants reverberated in the air. Once again, the cauldron came crashing down on his head. Wu Dao's main body risked adding another sword wound to his body. He wanted to charge toward him and interrupt his spell casting. Feng Du was furious. This Araki Takashi had lost an arm, and under the attack of the White Sky Master, he couldn't even protect himself. Yet he still dared to stop him. Even though that was what he thought, Feng Du didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out a piece of black paper that gave off a dim glow and blocked above his head, colliding with the prison-suppressing cauldron. Even though there was a piece of black paper blocking most of the Flower Realm's power, Feng Du's body still trembled. Feng Du's face turned gloomy as he snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. Araki Takashi, can't you see the situation clearly now? I once said that all the living beings in the medium-class world are like ants. Their lives are like grass. No one cares about them. I don't care, and neither does the heavenly court. Feng Du didn't hide his voice, and all the living beings in the 3,000 domains heard him clearly. Everyone could clearly see what was happening in front of them. All the living beings knew that Feng Du was right. In the eyes of the heavenly court and the underworld, they were ants and livestock. No one cared about their life and death. From ancient times until now, they were the sacrifices of this great calamity. I care. At this moment, another voice sounded between heaven and earth. The tone was calm, but unusually firm and unquestionable. All the beings of the myriad races were shocked and looked up. With me, Araki Takashi, here the medium-class world won't allow you to do as you please. Above the stars, the purple-robed man covered in blood raised his only arm, pointed to the sky, and shouted loudly, I don't care if you are the heavenly court or the underworld. If you dare to kill the innocent in the medium-class world, I will destroy you first." These words were full of killing intent, powerful and resonant, and spread throughout the 3,000 domains. Everyone who heard it was moved. Araki Takashi, as expected of the great emperor, the old man with the iron crown, was agitated. Heaven Wasteland domain. The eyes of the North Kun Emperor and the South Rock Emperor gradually turned red and tears welled up in their eyes. They bowed deeply in the direction of Wu Dao's original body. Then the two Kun Pong realm lords joined the battle and killed the emperors of the light world and the heavenly court. Great Emperor Araki Takashi, the flower realm lord's expression was dazed as she murmured softly, "Perhaps this is the meaning of the word Great Emperor." The flower realm lord's eyes regained clarity, and she joined the battle. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Cheers sounded in the 3,000 domains. The cheers from the hearts of all the living beings gathered into an earth-shattering sound wave, supporting Wu Dao's original body. Although Wu Dao's original body was only one person, there seemed to be countless living beings standing behind him. At this moment, under the pressure of the great emperor of the heavenly court and the lord of the underworld, Wu Dao's original body's aura rose, and the flames of war burned in his eyes again. "Thank you, Chicken Chops Fantasy, for the 100,000 book coins tip. Big brother, you are amazing. I only finished this chapter after 3 o'clock. End of chapter. Chapter 3172. Fengdu had chosen this time to bury the heavens and refine all living beings. He had calculated that Wu Dao's true body would be held back by the heavenly court's great emperor. However, he had underestimated the determination of Wu Dao's true body. He had not expected that Wu Dao's true body would stop him even if he had to fight two enemies at once, even if it meant starting a war with the heavenly court and underworld. Fengdu did not understand Araki Takashi's Dao. Araki Takashi had established his Dao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. Wu Dao's original intention was for all living beings in the world to cultivate and become immortals. The great Dao was long, and the road ahead was uncertain. Araki Takashi walked further and further, but he had never forgotten Wu Dao's original intention. The little girl in the corner of the starry sky still had a cold expression. She looked at the figure on the battlefield with a gentle look in her eyes. She knew that she had not misjudged him. Only by entrusting the dreamlike token to him could she be considered to have a good home. White Sky Lord's expression changed. He realized that if he continued to delay, Araki Takashi's momentum would reach its peak. He did not know what would happen. He had to suppress Araki Takashi while he was injured. Wong. The sword hummed endlessly as killing intent descended. White Sky Lord attacked again. Fine. At the same time, Fengdu's eyes flashed fiercely as he said coldly, "Since you want to die so much, I'll send you to the netherworld first." With Wu Dao's true body here, he could forget about burying the heavens and refining all living beings. Fengdu could only give up on this idea for now. He planned to cooperate with White Sky Lord and kill Wu Dao's true body first. Thus, an extremely strange scene appeared between heaven and earth. The heavenly court's great emperor and the lord of underworld, these two sworn enemies, had joined forces to attack Wu Dao's true body. Boom, boom, boom. The three powerhouses fought, causing the heavens to collapse and the starry sky to tremble. The one-armed Wu Dao's true body had the hell-suppressing cauldron hanging above his head. His eyes were like torches. Even though he was injured, his fighting spirit did not weaken at all. He fought the White Sky Lord and the Lord of Underworld, two peak powerhouses. The three figures continued to collide in the sky. Light and shadow intersected and sword chi clashed. It wasn't that Wu Dao's main body didn't have any backup plans. The Yuan Wu world was his ultimate trump card. However, Wu Dao's true body didn't dare to release it easily. He had a premonition that if he brought out the Yuan Wu world again, that intense danger would become reality and descend upon him. Wu Dao's main body didn't know how much time he had left after bringing out the Yuanwu world, but he was clear that now was not the time. Wu Dao's main body was waiting for an opportunity. If a few more heavenly monarchs were to descend, he would be able to risk his life and cast out the Yuanwu world, fusing it with the martial arts universe. The two worlds would become one, and his combat prowess would be pushed to the extreme, establishing the greatest advantage for the War of the Heavens. Now that he had lost an arm and was unable to release the Yuanwu world, Wu Dao's original body could not withstand the combined attacks of the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. He was forced to retreat. He was still waiting. At the same time, Wu Dao's furnace was also refining the Dao imprint on his severed arm with all its might, fusing it into himself and the martial arts universe. After every round, Wu Dao's main body would have an additional sword wound. He would also vomit blood when he was hit by Fengdu's black paper. At that moment, Wu Dao's main body was only relying on his strong willpower and unyielding heart to fight against the White Sky, Lord, and Fengdu as much as possible. Although the hopes of all living beings were pinned on him, the battle of the heavenly monarchs was not child's play. The hopes and cries of all living beings could only help Wu Dao's main body raise his morale, but it couldn't help him increase his combat prowess. In the starry sky, Wu Dao's main body was retreating in defeat. Beneath his feet, there were blood-colored footprints. It was a shocking sight. The cries of all living beings gradually faded. Looking at this scene, the hearts of many cultivators gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Great Emperor Araki Takashi couldn't hold on any longer, looking at Great Emperor Araki Takashi, who was covered in blood and stumbling after being beaten by the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. Some people couldn't bear to watch any longer. Is there anyone in the middle world who can stand up and help Great Emperor Araki Takashi? An immortal king expert asked loudly. No one responded. The hearts of the old man with the iron crown, Emperor Kuin of the North, Frost Dragon Emperor, and the others gradually sank when they saw this scene. This was a battle of the heavenly monarchs. Not to mention immortal kings, even peak imperial emperors like them couldn't help. If they rushed up, they would be wiped out by the aftershocks of the three people's attacks before they could even get close. Dai Yu had gained an absolute advantage on the battlefield of the Heaven Wasteland domain with the help of Emperor Kuin of the North and Emperor Peng of the South. But in a short time, she couldn't get rid of the entanglement of the Heavenly Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, Emperor Qinyan, and the other imperial emperors. Although she was in the middle of the imperial battle, she was constantly paying attention to the peak battle in the starry sky. Dai Yu's expression was indifferent, but every time Wu Dao was injured and vomited blood, there would be a ripple in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Is the great emperor of the human race of this generation going to fall? People didn't want to believe it. Who can help great Emperor Araki Takashi? Someone cried out loud. Our generation has reached a critical moment of life and death. Who can help the middle world, help the myriad races, and help great Emperor Araki Takashi survive this calamity? People shouted loudly, but no one responded. A sorrowful and hopeless mood reverberated between heaven and earth, lingering on the myriad races. If great Emperor Araki Takashi died, most of them would also be buried with him on the path of the Lord of the Underworld. On the starry sky battlefield, the condition of Wu Dao's original body was getting worse and worse, and the injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. In the dark shadows, the old woman saw this scene, only chuckled and said indifferently, "For a group of ants, you fell into such a situation, stupid." The white-browed old man was expressionless, not mocking, nor was he moved by this. He just slowly closed his eyes, because he knew that Araki Takashi was about to fall. Araki Takashi was also someone he thought highly of, but before the time was right, he would not act. On the other side of the starry sky, the little girl's tightly clenched fists suddenly loosened. She raised her head, as if she had made a decision, and took a step forward. But at this moment her figure suddenly paused, turned her head abruptly and looked in the direction of the edge of the middle world. The white-browed old monk also seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a ball of divine light bloomed from his eyes, falling on heaven, wasteland, domain. In the dark shadows, the old woman's figure emerged, her expression grave. At the same time, the myriad races between heaven and earth seemed to have sensed something at the same time. Some people stopped crying, and others stopped shouting. At the same time, they held their breath and subconsciously looked up at the sky. Even on the battlefield of sword world and heaven wasteland domain, countless emperors, immortal kings, and true spirit experts subconsciously stopped and looked up. In the sky of this middle world, a blood-colored butterfly faintly appeared, and under everyone's gaze, it became clearer and clearer. The blood-colored butterfly's body became brighter and brighter. This is. Countless experts looked at this scene in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. The next moment, the great Tao resonated, and heaven and earth trembled. This is a Tao seal, the Tao seal of a middle world. Someone has proven their Tao as a great emperor, proving their Tao in the middle world. The emperors were agitated, and they shouted loudly. The old man with the iron crown looked emotional, looked at the blood-colored butterfly in the sky, and tears flowed down his face. He said repeatedly, "Good, good, good." 2 emperors coexisting for an era. The middle world is saved. The myriad races are saved. Chapter 30, 173. Everyone was excited, their blood boiling. Looking at the blood-colored butterfly mark in the sky, their hearts were filled with endless shock. Which great emperor of a middle world is it? Most people did not recognize the blood-colored butterfly mark. Who else could it be? It must be the great wasteland domain's blood butterfly demon empress. You're wrong. It's blood butterfly empress. Great Emperor Araki Takashi and blood butterfly empress. Doesn't this mean that 2 great emperors have been born in this middle world? I'm afraid this era can't simply be called the Araki Takashi era, but the unprecedented era of 2 great emperors. The middle world will prosper. All races will prosper. Will blood butterfly empress come out to help great Emperor Araki Takashi fight against the heavenly court? Blood butterfly empress is great Emperor Araki Takashi's Tao partner. Great Emperor Araki Takashi is being beaten up like this. Do you think she'll help? At this moment, the blood-colored butterfly mark in the sky became the focus of everyone's attention. The birth of 2 great emperors in the same era had already broken all the knowledge and records of the past. Moreover, these 2 great emperors were Tao partners. This era was destined to go down in history. Even many imperial emperors were a little puzzled. They did not know why this had happened. Only a few people could roughly guess the reason. In reality, Araki Takashi had not become a great emperor. Instead, he had broken through with his strength and reached the great emperor level. The true great emperor of a middle world was Blood Butterfly from the great wasteland domain. At this moment, cheers came from the sword world, heaven wasteland domain, and great wasteland domain. The heavenly court's inspector, heavenly ambassadors, and imperial emperors were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. The birth of another great emperor in a middle world would have an immeasurable impact on the current situation. The white sky master only frowned, but his expression was still calm. However, the imperial emperors of the heavenly court were a little nervous. Especially on the battlefield of heaven, wasteland domain, the heavenly court's inspector, heavenly ambassadors, Emperor Qingyan, and the other imperial emperors of the heavenly court were all shocked. Who would have thought that while they were fighting here, a great emperor would come out of nowhere? Run. After Empyrean Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, and Empyrean Azure Flame reacted, they turned and ran. In front of the great emperor, they, the heavenly court's imperial emperors, were nothing. Dai Yu's expression was indifferent as she looked in their direction. She did not move, but the blood butterfly Tao seal in the sky suddenly flapped its wings. Puff! Puff! Under countless gazes, The figures of the firmament, inspector, heavenly ambassador, and Emperor Azure Flame instantly exploded, turning into two blobs of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed as they perished. Hiss! This was the first time the blood butterfly demon monarch had made a move after becoming an emperor, and it was so terrifying. With that, the mental defenses of the heavenly court's imperial emperors were completely shattered. Not only the heaven wasteland domain, but the emperors of the heavenly court of the sword world were also retreating in panic. They did not dare to stay in the middle world and flew in the direction of the heavenly court. Now, he could only hide and wait for the orders of the other great emperors of the heavenly court. Great emperors could casually descend anywhere in the middle world. No one knew which side Daiyu would attack next, but the emperors knew that without the great emperors to stop her, the blood butterfly demon monarch could kill them like crushing ants. As the emperors of the heavenly court retreated, the celestial tribute domain, the radiant domain, the stone domain, the sky eye domain, and many other domains allied forces were no longer in the mood to fight and fled. The cultivators of the sword world and heaven wasteland domain finally had a chance to breathe and temporarily escaped from danger. The blood butterfly Dao seal hovered in the sky, and the blood-colored full moon on its wings was like a pair of blood eyes, staring down at the emperors on the battlefield. Under this pair of blood eyes, the emperors of the heavenly court, the celestial tribute domain, the radiant domain, and other domains all felt their scalps go numb, as if there were thorns on their backs. This was the deterrence of a great emperor. Although great Emperor Araki Takashi, the White Sky Lord, and the Lord of the Underworld were strong in the middle world, they did not have the same aura as the blood butterfly demon monarch. Wu Dao's original body had just stepped into the great emperor realm not long ago, and his combat strength was comparable to that of a great emperor. The primordial spirit of the Lord of the Underworld had reached the level of a great emperor, but he was still a little lacking if he wanted to kill 3 corpses to prove his Dao. Although the White Sky Lord was a true great emperor in the middle world, his Dao seal was also slightly suppressed by the blood butterfly demon monarch's Dao seal. Daiyu did not pay attention to the group of emperors of the heavenly court who were fleeing. Her blood-red robe fluttered, and in the blink of an eye, she had arrived at the starry sky battlefield. The battle between the White Sky Lord, the Lord of the Underworld, and Wu Dao's original body had stopped when someone proved his Dao to be a great emperor. Now that Daiyu had arrived, the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld did not dare to act rashly. Blood butterfly demon monarch. The White Sky Lord's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "If you are willing to submit to the heavenly court, I can make the decision to let bygones be bygones. In the future, you may even have the chance to ascend to the vast 1,000 domains and seek eternal life." Daiyu glanced at Wu Dao's original body not far away, which was covered in blood and bruises. Her heart ached faintly, and her killing intent had accumulated to the peak. She turned to look at the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld, her eyes cold. Boom! Daiyu did not waste any time talking nonsense with the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. She took a step forward, and under her wide, blood-red robe, a white palm stretched out and slapped toward the two. In the center of Daiyu's palm, a Dao imprint of a blood butterfly vaguely appeared. The blood butterfly's wings trembled slightly. Before Daiyu's palm reached them, the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld felt a huge storm descending, as if it wanted to tear their bodies to pieces. Under the gaze of all living beings, Daiyu, who had just proved her Dao to be a great emperor, was going to fight 1 against 2 and suppress the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. On the other side, Wu Dao's original body had a chance to catch his breath. Martial Arts Universe and the Heaven and Earth Furnace were activated again, frantically refining the Dao imprint left behind by the White Sky Lord on his severed arm. Daiyu had just proved her Dao to be a great emperor, so the Dao imprint had not completely merged with her own middle world. Her battle strength was not at its peak, so she could not suppress the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. However, Dai Yu's attack had bought Wu Dao an extremely precious time to recover. Humph. The White Sky Lord sneered. You are just a little butterfly that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, a weak race that managed to prove your Dao to be a great emperor. Yet you want to suppress me? Not only will I suppress you, but I will also crush the heavenly court. Dai Yu shouted, and her aura surged. She wanted to ascend to the great thousand worlds. However, she did not need the pity of the heavenly court. She wanted to use her own strength to break through all obstacles that blocked her path to the great Tao. This was Dai Yu's Tao. Dream on. The White Sky Lord sneered again. If the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court descended, Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Xue Dai would all die. On the other side, the Tao imprint on the severed arm of Wu Dao's original body had quietly dissipated, and the blood in his body burned again. A roar sounded. The arm of Wu Dao's original body grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. This body of Wu Dao's was the origin martial world that had refined countless Tao imprints. The blood in his body was so terrifying that in just a few breaths, the wounds on Wu Dao's original body had healed completely. Roar! Wu Dao's original body roared into the sky, and with a step he shattered the starry sky. With the prison-suppressing cauldron in his hand, he descended onto the battlefield and said coldly, "Fengdu, hand over your life!" At this moment, Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Xue Dai had joined forces to fight against the heavens. Chapter 30, 174. With Dai Yu holding back the White Sky Lord, it was much easier for Wu Dao to fight against the Lord of the Underworld. On the other hand, the Lord of the Underworld was under much more pressure. Although Wu Dao had not proven his Dao as a great emperor, he had broken through to the next realm and was an expert who could fight the White Sky Lord head-on and not be at a disadvantage. If the Lord of the Underworld could successfully kill the 3 corpses, his battle power would be comparable to a great emperor. However, before he could take the final step, he was interrupted by Wu Dao and was still a little short. This meant that the Lord of the Underworld was not a true great emperor and could not compete with Wu Dao in terms of battle power. At this time, because Dai Yu had proven her Dao as a great emperor, the crisis of the Heaven Wasteland domain and the Sword World had been resolved. Wu Dao's divine consciousness moved and summoned the 10 gates of hell back. His aura was stronger and his battle power increased sharply. Boom! 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 Wu Dao's fist. The prison suppression cauldron surrounded by saint souls and echoed with Sanskrit chants. The 10 gates of hell, the heaven and earth furnace, martial arts universe. Under Wu Dao's storm-like attacks, the Lord of the Underworld could not resist at all and was forced to retreat. The quasi-great emperor corpse that he had condensed gradually cracked, and large patches of blood appeared. If not for the mysterious and powerful black paper in the Lord of the Underworld's hand that seemed to contain an endless void that could dissolve most of Wu Dao's attacks, the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld would have been torn to pieces by Wu Dao's divine consciousness. In the darkness of the starry sky, the old woman looked at the scene on the battlefield with a gloomy face. She looked in the direction of the little girl and the white-browed elder and asked in a low voice, "Are we just going to let this Araki Takashi suppress Fengdu while we stand by and do nothing?" He asked for it. Who can he blame? The little girl sneered with a hint of mockery in her voice. The white-browed elder lowered his eyebrows and eyes like an old monk in meditation. The old woman narrowed her eyes and said faintly, "Don't forget where he came from and who he represents." When the little girl heard this, her expression turned cold and said slowly, "If not, I would have dragged him into the beast path long ago. Would I have let him live until today? Demon Lord, what do you think?" The old woman saw that the white-browed elder had been pretending to be dead. The great emperor of the underworld and the great emperors of the middle world want to kill him. If we help him, it would mean that we would become enemies of the 2 emperors of the 2 emperors of the Araki Takashi and Xue Dai of the emperors of the emperor and Heaven Emperor of the emperors. Emperor Xue Heaven. heirs, God, emperor of the emperor of the emperor, emperor, and the emperor had Tao as God's body. The emperor of the underworld had S's Tao of the underworld. And at this moment, the Lord of Hell was being beaten by the martial Tao true body to the point where he couldn't fight back at all. It was very likely that he would be suppressed, but he still remained unmoved. It seemed like he was on Great Emperor Desolate Marshal's side again. The white-browed old monk's attitude was different. In fact, the white-browed old monk did not care about the life and death of Emperor Araki Takashi or the Emperor of the Underworld. He only cared about one thing, the Emperor of the Underworld. Previously, no one in the Middle World had become a great emperor. If the little girl saved Araki Takashi, it would mean offending Fengdu. They would be forced to start the War of the Underworld in advance. Now, Daiyu had become a great emperor. If the old woman saved the Emperor of the Underworld, she would be in conflict with Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Shuadai. Offending two great emperors of the Middle World for Fengdu, who had not become a great emperor, was not good for the Emperor of the Underworld. From beginning to end, the white-browed old monk looked old and muddle-headed. However, he was calm to the extreme. His calmness had reached the point of being cold and heartless. The little girl looked at the white-browed old monk deeply and did not say anything. The old woman was silent for a long time. Suddenly she smiled and said, "Master said that you are cold and have no one in your heart. He was right about you." The white-browed old monk was expressionless, as if he did not hear anything. He seemed to have returned to meditation. While they were talking, the battlefield changed once again. The White Sky Master was fighting Daiyu, but he could not gain any advantage. He could not help but frown. In the current situation, it was useless for him to stay in the Middle World alone. Two great emperors had been born in the Middle World. The evil emperor and the demon master were probably spying in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make their move. Only by gathering the other 7 heavenly court masters and gathering all the power of the heavenly court could they quell this chaos. Thinking of this, the White Sky Master clashed with Daiyu again. He retreated and turned into a stream of light, rushing toward the heavenly court. The White Sky Master retreated on his own accord. There was another reason behind it. Araki Takashi was furious and wanted to suppress the Emperor of the Underworld. His sudden retreat meant that the Emperor of the Underworld would have to face the 2 great emperors, Araki Takashi and Shuadai. He would lose without a doubt. The Emperor of the Underworld was on the side of the demons. The Nirvana Ghost Mother, the Demon Master, and the Evil Emperor might not be able to hold the fort and intervene. If the 2 great emperors, Araki Takashi and Shuadai, fought with the Nirvana Ghost Mother, the Demon Master, and the Evil Emperor, then the heavenly court would be able to reap the benefits. Even if the 2 sides did not fight, the matter of suppressing the Emperor of the Underworld would definitely leave a knot in the hearts of the Nirvana Ghost Mother and the others. It would cause a trace of hostility between the 2 sides. Daiyu had just become a great emperor. In fact, her Tao techniques were not completely perfected. She could not display her full strength. Seeing the White Sky Master retreat, she knew that she could not stop him with her current methods. Daiyu did not chase after him. Instead, she turned around and went to another battlefield. She sent a palm strike toward the Emperor of the Underworld. "You." The Emperor of the Underworld's face changed greatly as he screamed. He was already on the verge of collapse after being beaten by Wu Dao alone. Now, another great emperor had joined the battle. He could not resist at all. Boom! The clothes of the Emperor of the Underworld's corpse were torn, and his flesh was badly mangled. Huge bloody scars appeared on the surface of his corpse, and blood flowed freely. Just now, the Emperor of the Underworld and the White Sky Master had joined forces to seriously injure Wu Dao and had the upper hand. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the Emperor of the Underworld would end up in the same situation, facing the siege of 2 great emperors? Under the siege of the White Sky Master and the Emperor of the Underworld, Wu Dao was barely able to hold on. After Daiyu attacked, the Emperor of the Underworld instantly collapsed. Fengdu. Wu Dao held the prison-suppressing cauldron and looked down from above. He said coldly, "Today, I will make you the second emperor of the underworld." Araki Takashi, the emperor of the underworld's eyes were fierce, and his expression was ferocious. He said coldly, "You want to suppress me? Don't think that you will have an easy time. I will let you see my trump cards." Dai, the emperor of the underworld, activated his primordial spirit and shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of golden light burst forth from the direction of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Flames surged into the skies, illuminating Heaven Wasteland Domain as though it was daytime. Everyone from Heaven Wasteland Domain widened their eyes. In the crowd, a ball of golden flames suddenly burned on Su Zimo's body, enveloping him instantly and burning him into nothingness. Within the ball of golden flames, an ancient copper lamp floated. It was a soul lamp, right in front of everyone. The soul lamp turned into a beam of golden light and tunneled into the void, vanishing instantly. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 31, 75. The soul lamp returned to the hands of the master of the underworld. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for the master of the underworld to hold back. "If you dare to suppress me, I'll cripple your true body of Qinglian." The master of the underworld held the soul lamp in his left hand and a piece of black paper in his right as he said fiercely. Even though he was dragging his severely injured corpse and facing the combined attacks of Wu Dao's true body and Daiyu, the master of the underworld did not show any fear. Instead, he looked ferocious. Wu Dao's true body was wearing the Mara mask, and the master of the underworld could not see the changes in his expression under the mask. However, he could see a hint of mockery in the eyes of Wu Dao's true body. "Your true body!" The master of the underworld seemed to have realized something. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Many cultivators widened their eyes in shock. It was not because the soul lamp burned Su Zimo into nothingness. It was because the Su Zimo who was originally standing under the divine tree of the Builder Tree was safe and sound. However, the one who was burned into a ball of flames was another Su Zimo. The golden flames were extinguished quickly, and a jade scroll that emitted a green glow floated in midair. The Jade Purity Jade Scroll. The Su Zimo, who was burned into nothingness, was merely the primordial body condensed from the Jade Purity Jade Scroll. Back then, when the two true bodies met on Dragon Island, Wu Dao's true body had attained greater mastery of Dao techniques and handed the soul lamp and the white jade pendant left behind by the evil emperor to Qinglian's true body. At that time, Wu Dao's true body was not clear about the relationship between the great Emperor Zongtian and the master of the underworld. Later on, Wu Dao's true body had a conversation with the Nine Heavens immortal emperor in the Heaven Realm, and both sides laid their cards on the table. Although the two of them did not fight back then, Su Zimo had a premonition that there would be a battle between the two of them in the future. The soul lamp was the weapon of the master of the underworld. Although there had been no abnormalities all these years, it seemed to have been used by him long ago. However, Su Zimo was still somewhat worried that the soul lamp would become a hidden danger. The soul lamp was extremely powerful and specialized in dealing damage to the primordial spirit. It had a miraculous effect, so it was a pity to abandon it. Therefore, Su Zimo placed the soul lamp in a separate storage bag and asked the primeval body to carry it with him. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. This wasn't some sort of foresight, it was just a precaution. Today, as expected, the soul lamp, which had been quiet all this time, suddenly broke free from the storage bag and burned the original body to ashes. Then it disappeared into the void and returned to the hands of the Lord of the Underworld. This little disturbance had almost no effect on the overall situation. Even if the King of Hell had the soul lamp black paper, he wouldn't be able to stop the attacks of two great monarchs, Wu Dao and Daiyu. Whoosh! The Lord of the Underworld activated his soul lamp with his Emperor Primordial Spirit and unleashed a terrifying ball of golden flames that swept toward Wu Dao's true body. This was a killer move that targeted the Primordial Spirit. If this was before the battle of the Great Desolate World, it would definitely cause immense damage to Wu Dao's true body. However, Wu Dao's true body refined the golden flames in his soul lamp in the underworld river and fused them with his martial spirit fire, causing the power of his essence spirit to increase exponentially. The newly refined mask of Mo Luo was fused with the water of the underworld river, and its defense was raised to another level. Wu Dao's true body released his martial spirit fire as well. His martial spirit fire had already transformed into a purplish gold color. The two balls of flames collided in midair. The aftershocks of the essence spirit attacks were dissipated by the mask of Mo Luo as well. At the same time, Dai Yu released an essence spirit secret skill as well. A raging wind howled and extinguished the golden flames of the soul lamp instantly. In fact, a storm was formed in the consciousness of the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld hugged his head with both hands and shrieked with a pained expression. Even though his consciousness was swept by Dai Yu's essence spirit storm, he did not die. He controlled the soul lamp black paper while breaking through the void to escape back to the underworld. Wu Dao's true body would not give him the chance to do so. If the Lord of the Underworld was allowed to escape, there would be endless trouble in the future. Boom! The hell-suppressing cauldron descended, and the 4 saint souls surrounded it. Sanskrit chants echoed, and a resplendent light shone, suppressing the black paper in midair. At the same time, Dai Yu waved her wide sleeves and sucked in the soul lamp, imprisoning it. Both of them attacked at the same time. Wu Dao's true body punched out. Dai Yu slapped down with her palm. A powerful Dao vortex restrained the Lord of the Underworld, preventing him from escaping back to the underworld. Coupled with the storm in Dai Yu's palm, the Lord of the Underworld was trapped in the starry skies, unable to move at all as blood mist spewed out of his body. Even though the Lord of the Underworld had created the Witch World, Blood World, and Tomb World, claimed to be the ancestor of all worlds, and created the Heaven Burial Sutra and 3-corpse primordial art, he was ultimately unable to attain his Tao as an emperor. Even experts like the Heavenly Courts Emperor or the Fiend Lord and Evil Emperor would not be able to withstand the attacks of Wu Dao's true body and Dai Yu, let alone him. In a corner of the starry skies, the old woman took a step forward and walked out of the darkness. She wore a long black robe and had a dark expression, as though she wanted to save the Lord of the Underworld. "What are you doing?" The little girl appeared before her instantly and spoke coldly. At the same time, the white-browed old man vanished and appeared on the other side of the old woman, blocking her path. "You guys!" The old woman's gaze was cold as she growled. The white-browed old man's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "Why are you angry? Fengdu can't die." Boom! Right at this moment, a loud bang came from the battlefield, shaking the heavens and the earth. Su Zimo's punch landed on the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. Heaven and earth trembled before time seemed to stop and time froze. The next moment, the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld exploded into pieces. Every single piece of the corpse contained a powerful life energy. Even so, the Lord of the Underworld was not dead. His essence spirit was scattered among the pieces of the corpse, trying to escape. At that moment, Dai Yu's palm slapped down. A blood-colored storm appeared. All the pieces of the corpse were sucked into the blood-colored storm and were constantly torn apart. Large amounts of flesh and blood were peeled off and eventually turned into clouds of blood mist. The roar of the Lord of the Underworld resounded in the storm. The eyes of Wu Dao's main body shone brightly as he brought out the gate of hell. He wanted to capture the essence spirit of the Lord of the Underworld and imprison it in the Avicii hell. The Lord of the Underworld had once said that no one could kill him. If the Lord of the Underworld was in existence like the Lord of Hell or the Lord of the Flame Sky, perhaps the best way was to trap him in the Avicii hell. "Araki Takashi, how dare you!" The Lord of the Underworld seemed to have sensed something and suddenly shouted. Wu Dao's main body was unmoved as he opened the gate of hell and enveloped the Lord of the Underworld. Araki Takeshi Shwedai. The lord of the underworld screamed, his voice filled with unwillingness and anger. However, there was no fear at all. With a bang, before the gate of hell descended, the essence spirit of the lord of the underworld suddenly exploded in front of Wu Dao's main body and Daiyu. His soul dissipated and his body was destroyed. Self-destruction of his essence spirit? Wu Dao's main body frowned slightly. Chapter 3176. The battle ended and the dust settled. The self-proclaimed ancestor of the myriad worlds, the master of the underworld who severed the three corpses and wanted to bury the heavens and refine the myriad races, had been destroyed in both body and spirit. Under the siege of two great emperors, the outcome was not surprising. There were no signs of life that belonged to the master of the underworld in the world. Wu Dao's true body was still worried. The master of the underworld once said that no one could kill him. These words didn't seem to be made up. Furthermore, the master of the underworld did not reveal any fear before his death, and even chose to self-destruct his essence spirit. Wu Dao's true body shifted his gaze and purple flames burned, bursting forth with two beams of flames that incinerated the endless void and landed in the underworld. At the same time, his powerful essence spirit descended and covered the entire underworld. The essence spirit of Wu Dao's true body alarmed countless living beings of the underworld. However, against that terrifying might, they kept quiet out of fear, and no one dared to act rashly. Even the ghost emperors did not dare to say anything. Wu Dao's true body's spirit consciousness patrolled the underworld continuously, searching for traces of the master of the underworld. Dai Yu's spirit consciousness descended in the underworld as well. The two emperors' spirit consciousnesses patrolled the underworld. Many living beings of the underworld could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground in fright. However, the two of them searched but did not discover anything or sense anything amiss. Wu Dao's true body frowned. If Feng Du was not dead, he should not be able to hide from his spirit consciousness if he escaped and hid in the underworld. The entire netherworld was dead silent. Not a single sound could be heard. It seemed like the master of the underworld's soul had truly dissipated without leaving any trace. In fact, his soul did not even escape into the underworld. It had completely vanished. Wu Dao's true body searched, but to no avail, and his spirit consciousness retreated from the underworld. He lowered his head and looked at the black paper in his hand. His expression changed slightly as his spirit consciousness entered it. Book of Life and Death. That black paper was the legendary Book of Life and Death? Wu Dao's true body pondered and kept the black paper for the time being. It was not the time to study it yet. Are you worried that he's not dead? Daiyu asked. Wu Dao's true body glanced at the darkness in the corner of the starry sky and then looked up at the sky. It's not important. The master of the underworld's life and death was not the most important matter in front of them. Even if the master of the underworld was not dead, they were not afraid of him. The biggest threat in front of them was the heavenly court. If he guessed correctly, the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court would take the initiative to descend upon them in the war of the heavens without waiting for them to initiate it. Although White Sky Lord had returned to the heavenly court, he could see the great potential in Martial Dao True Body. He would never give Martial Dao True Body any more time to grow. When the White Sky Lord returns, he will gather all the power of the heavenly court, of the underworld of the underworld. The Martial Dao Body and Daiyu looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. Everyone, Wu Dao's true body, stood in the air and looked around. His voice spread to every corner of the 3,000 realms and into the ears of all living beings. The 9 heavens are the underworld and enslave all living beings. The heavenly court is tyrannical and has sealed off the middle world. They control the source of the heaven-earth Yuan Qi and block all living beings from ascending. For several eras, many ancient emperors have joined forces with demons to break the heavenly court seal. Unfortunately, they were all defeated. All living beings in the 3,000 realms listened to these things quietly. This was the first time they had heard of this. In the knowledge of all living beings, the ancient emperors were bewitched by demons and wanted to kill all living beings. That was why they were suppressed. But in this life, all the living beings of the myriad races saw clearly. Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Blood Butterfly of the Middle World were indeed protecting them. In this life, the two of us will attack the heavens again. We will fight for a chance for ourselves and the middle world. Wu Dao's true body said. However, the outcome of this battle is hard to predict. I will leave behind my Dao inheritance for future generations to cultivate. Hearing this, all living beings were shocked. The white-browed old monk, the old woman, and the little girl who were talking also turned their heads to look. Emperor Araki Takashi wanted to leave behind his Dao inheritance? Was he going to choose an inheritor from all living beings? But it was said that Emperor Araki Takashi already had 2 disciples. Why was he doing this? When Emperor Araki Takashi said to provide for future generations to cultivate, could he be referring to, the Tao I created and cultivated is different from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists. I call it Wu Dao. Wu Dao's original intention is to give those humans without spirit roots a chance to enter the immortal sect. Wu Dao's true body said slowly, Wu Dao's opening has a total of 9 levels. The first level is 9 oxen and 2 tigers. As he spoke, under the gaze of all living beings, Wu Dao's true body displayed Wu Dao's aura and corresponding dermic formulations in the starry sky. The second level, 5 chi origins. The third level, copper skin and iron bones. The fourth level, under countless gazes, Wu Dao's true body imparted Wu Dao's dermic formulations without holding back. From Wu Dao's 9 transformations to the true martial realm, the martial domain realm, and all the way to the Arch realm. This scene was too shocking for all living beings. It was even far better than the battle between the Thearchs just now. The sects of the various realms, and even the cultivators themselves, regarded their own cultivation dermic formulations as treasures and would not easily impart them to outsiders. Furthermore, this was a dermic formulation created by Emperor Araki Takashi himself, and now Emperor Araki Takashi's Wu Dao was completely displayed under the gaze of all living beings. The white-browed old monk, who had been calm all this while, was slightly moved when he saw this scene. He muttered, "What boldness, what magnanimity!" The old woman was originally full of hostility towards Wu Dao's true body, but at this moment she was speechless as she looked at the figure imparting the dermic formulations in the starry sky. The little girl only watched quietly and did not say anything. Heaven, wasteland domain. Lin Zhan clenched his fists tightly and said emotionally, "I've heard that Araki Takashi established the Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. Today, I finally understand the true meaning behind it." Experts like Feng Cantian and immortal King Linglong, who had ascended in the previous life of Heaven Wasteland Domain, had only heard of this. It was only today that they felt the shock from the depths of their hearts. Emperor Araki Takashi, Emperor Araki Takashi. The old man with the iron crown had tears in his eyes. At this moment, Emperor Kuin of the north, Emperor Peng of the south, the true spirits of the various emperors of the 3,000 domains, and even the most ordinary cultivators were all moved. Emperor Araki Takashi was imparting the Tao. In the next life, the human race of the 3,000 domains would definitely prosper. Wu Dao's true body was imparting the Tao to the 3,000 domains. What he wanted to inherit was not only Wu Dao's dermic formulations, but also Wu Dao's spirit. He was not worried that Wu Dao's dermic formulations would be learned by some evil and heartless people. These people did not have enough temperament and would not be able to inherit Wu Dao's unyielding spirit and fearless willpower. Even if they cultivated Wu Dao's dermic formulations, they would not be able to achieve anything. Su Zimo was also not afraid that people in the future could surpass him. If someone in the future could surpass Wu Dao's dermic formulations, It would prove that this person in the future was more suitable for Wu Dao than him. He would only feel gratified, even if they failed to conquer the heavens in this life. As long as Wu Dao's dharmic formulations were not destroyed, there would still be people in the future who would continue to conquer the heavens. One day, they would crush the heavenly courts. Wu Dao's dharmic formulations were like a fire seed, and this fire seed would definitely set the plains ablaze and illuminate the mountains and rivers. Chapter 31:77. While Wu Dao's main body was teaching, Dai was also perfecting her Dao technique. She had already condensed her Dao seal and confirmed her Dao as an emperor. She wanted to integrate all the insights she had gained from the moment she confirmed her Dao into the cultivation method she had created. This cultivation technique would become this era's taboo. Dai Yu called it the Great Desolation Sutra. While perfecting the Great Desolation Sutra, it was also a summary of her cultivation so far. This would stabilize her realm and increase her combat strength again. Wu Dao's main body left traces of his Dao technique in the sky. Wu Dao's main body left traces of his Dao technique. However, Dai Yu had already confirmed her Dao in this middle world. These traces of Dao technique would not last for long. How much the masses could comprehend from it would depend on their own luck. The experts of the 3,000 worlds looked up at the scene. While they were shocked, they could faintly feel the indomitable spirit of Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Blood Butterfly. If they won this battle, the two emperors would ascend to the great world. If they lost, they did not plan to return. Right at this moment, a strand of vast and powerful pressure descended from the sky. It was as if the sky was about to collapse, causing the masses to feel suffocated and unable to breathe. Dong, dong, dong. It was as if a god was beating a war drum, stirring the blood and stirring the hearts. Rumble. It was as if countless war chariots were driving past the heavenly court. It was as if thunder was rumbling, getting closer and closer. Under the gazes of all the living beings of the myriad races, 9 enormous rifts actually split open in the boundless sky above them, and they emanated blazing and dazzling light. Only kings and imperial emperors could faintly see the fluttering banners and the densely packed figures inside through the 9 cracks. The heavenly court's army would descend on the middle world at any time, just as Wu Dao's main body expected. The heavenly court would not give him any more time to grow. They wanted to kill him, this huge threat, as soon as possible. To the heavenly court, this was the right choice. If the heavenly court continued to be passive and waited for Wu Dao's main body to continue cultivating and reach the great circle of the emperor realm, the heavenly court would most likely be destroyed in this era. To be fair, the terrifying array formation of the heavenly courts had yet to truly descend, but it had already made all living beings feel an unbearable pressure. Even though there were many experts in the 3,000 worlds who were willing to believe in Wu Dao and Dai Yu, under such pressure, they didn't dare to stand up against the heavenly court. For example, the sword domain and the heaven wasteland domain naturally had no way out. Even if the blood ape realm, dragon realm, Kuan-Pung realm, flower realm, great desolation realm, and other realms were added together, they were still far inferior to the heaven's army in terms of both numbers and momentum. The only ones they could rely on were Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Blood Butterfly. However, the forces behind the 2 great emperors were too weak. Even some of the realms that were prepared to step forward and attack the heavenly courts together with Wu Dao's true body and Dai Yu started to hesitate and retreat. Rumble. The emperors of the heavenly courts descended. The army of the eastern vast heavens was orderly and disciplined. They all wore green battle armor and held large swords and spears in their hands. A token with the word vast hung on their waists, covering the eastern sky. At the forefront stood more than 100 emperors from the heavens. Every emperor drove an ancient chariot that was stained with blood. There were actually 9 divine dragons pulling the chariot. These 9 divine dragons were also martial emperors. However, These divine dragons had mixed bloodlines and were similar to the dragons on the Dragon Island. They weren't part of the sacred beast Azure Dragon clan and could only be used as mounts to pull chariots in the heavenly courts. Seeing this scene, the Frost Dragon Emperor's face turned pale. In other words, with her physical body and bloodline, if she entered the heavenly courts, she would at most be used as a mount. Roar! The roars of the dragons shook the surroundings. The imperial emperors who came from heaven looked down at the thousands of beings in the middle world with arrogance. It was as if they were looking at a group of ants. Their expressions were cold. Behind these emperors there were countless kings and true spirits from the heavens. This was the heavens of the 9 heavens. Just the power of the heavens alone was enough to make the 3,000 realms tremble. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of waves could be heard from the northern sky. The sound even faintly covered the roars of the dragons in the heavens. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound and saw torrential seawater surging from the crack in the northern sky. It was a sea of stars formed by countless stars. In that boundless sea of stars, many spirit turtles stepped on the sea and came over, stirring up huge waves. Numerous imperial monarchs stood on the enormous turtle shells that were like mountains. All of them wore black robes, and there were over 100 of them. The army of the dark heaven of the 9 heavens had arrived. Just the arrival of the army of the heavens and dark heaven was enough to make the thousands of living beings shudder. The difference was too great. It was not just in terms of strength. Just this terrifying aura had completely suppressed the middle world. Standing behind the Iraqi Takashi Emperor and the Blood Butterfly Emperor, the Heaven Wasteland Domain and Sword Domain seemed extremely small in front of the army of the heavens and dark heaven. Boom! At this moment, a huge tremor came from the starry sky of the middle world. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. It was earth-shattering. Under the gazes of countless people, an enormous and gloomy abyss suddenly split open in the vast starry sky. This abyss was filled with waves of violent and terrifying aura. Suddenly, from this abyss, an incomparably tall black shadow suddenly flew out. Many experts were shocked and subconsciously followed this black shadow and looked up. This black shadow stepped on both sides of the abyss and stood in the starry sky. Hiss! When everyone saw this black shadow clearly, they could not help but gasp. What kind of terrifying creature was this? This creature was actually born with 9 heads, 1,000 eyes, 990 hands, and 8 legs. The mouth of each head was spewing flames. Its body was actually taller than Mount Meru in the heaven realm. The stars in the sky could not even compare to a fingernail of this creature. This terrifying creature stood in the starry sky, its entire body burning with flames and emitting a violent aura as it looked up at the sky. Kill! 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 In the dark abyss, countless creatures followed this figure and swarmed out. They were densely packed, like carps crossing the river. Some of these creatures were 1,000 feet tall, while others were 1,000 feet tall. Some were even more than 10,000 feet tall. And these creatures that were more than 10,000 feet tall all had 3 heads and 6 arms. This group of creatures that came from the starry abyss were all Shura. The army of the Shura path of the demon path had arrived. The terrifying creature with 9 heads and 1,000 eyes in the lead was one of the 4 commanders of the Shura race, Vimasitra. Roar! At this moment, another roar came from the abyss. It was even more terrifying than the sound of the dragons and the sound of the waves. The second commander of the Shura path had arrived in the middle world. Chapter 30, 178. Sura Chentua. Sura Chentua. More and more Sura Shura rushed out of the abyss and descended into the middle realm. They looked at the second Sura Shura commander as they shouted loudly. This Sura Shura commander, called Sura Chentua, was even more terrifying. His body was 4 times larger than Mount Meru. His shoulders were extremely broad, and there were 1,000 heads on them. They waved 2,000 large hands, making one's scalp tingle. Roar! The 1,000 heads on Sura Chantua's back looked up at the sky and roared in the direction of the heavenly courts. His voice was like thunder, and demonic flames surged into the sky. The sea of stars that surged from mystic heaven gradually calmed down under the roar of this Sura Shura commander. Another figure descended from the abyss. Paya! Paya! Many Sura Shura clansmen shouted when they saw this figure. The third of the 4 Sura Shura commanders, Paya. Paya looked the most similar to the Sura Shura. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. His 3 faces were greenish-black, and his body was covered in muscles that shone with a metallic luster. He held the sun and moon in his hands. His body was abnormally muscular, and his aura was valiant. Immediately after, the last Sura Shura commander descended. Rahu! Rahu! The Sura Shura clansmen shouted again. This Sura Rahu commander looked much smaller than the previous 3 commanders. He had a human body and a dragon tail. He only had 4 arms, but his entire body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Countless Sura Shura hornets swarmed out of the abyss. Under the lead of the 4 commanders, they faced off against the heavenly court's army that descended from the sky. Instantly, the terrifying pressure brought by the heavenly courts was shattered. The 4 Sura Shura commanders were all filled with fighting spirit. Their auras were terrifying. Even if they faced off against the heavenly court's inspector heavenly ambassadors, the outcome would probably be difficult to predict. The fear of the 3,000 realms towards the celestial tribute world had long been ingrained in their memories. Furthermore, they were facing the heavenly courts that backed the celestial tribute world. Only the Shura people from the Shura realm, who were brave and fierce, good at fighting and had a natural hatred for the heavenly court, could confront them and not be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. This group of Ashura clansmen had been lying dormant in Ashura for an entire era, all for today. In the distant starry sky, a white-browed old monk with a hunched back and a withered face slowly walked over. At first glance, he was still at the end of the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, he was already close by. A vast expanse of Shura people knelt down and kowtowed. Even the 4 commanders had to bow in front of the white-browed old monk with respectful expressions. "Greetings, my lord!" Many Shura people shouted at the same time. The experts of the 3,000 realms were shocked. Could it be that this white-browed old monk was the legendary Demon Lord? An extremely strange feeling arose in the hearts of all the experts. The legendary Demon Lord ruled over billions of fierce and warlike Ashura clansmen, including the 4 commanders of Ashura clansmen. However, compared to the 4 commanders, this white-browed old monk looked too weak. He did not have the demeanor of a demon lord at all. If the Ashura clansmen had not knelt down and the 4 commanders had not bowed their heads, who would believe that such a dying old man would be the demon lord who had stirred up storms, commanded heaven and earth, spanned across many eras, and attacked the heavens several times? Such an old man could command billions of Ashura clansmen? When the group of heavenly court's imperial emperors had just descended into the middle realm, their expressions were still arrogant. They did not put the myriad races of the middle realm in their eyes at all. However, when the 4 commanders of Ashura clansmen rushed out of the abyss, the expressions of the heavenly court's imperial emperors changed. When they saw the white-browed old monk appear, the expressions of the heavenly court's imperial emperors became even more solemn and vigilant. "Demon Lord, how have you been?" A gentle voice came from the heavenly courts. In the crack in the heavens, the figure of a green-robed man appeared. He stepped on the void and slowly walked down as though there were stairs beneath his feet. The Lord of Heavens had arrived. At the same time, a black-robed man descended from the crack in the heavens. His expression was grim, and his eyes were as deep as the sea as he stared at the white-browed old monk below. The Lord of Heavens had arrived. When the 2 lords of the heavenly courts descended, the momentum of heaven and earth reversed once again. Suddenly, a gigantic tombstone appeared beneath the white-browed old monk. There was not a single word on it. He, the white-browed old monk, sat on the blank tombstone and suddenly laughed. Immediately after, under countless gazes, a large amount of dense, pitch-black hair suddenly grew on the white-browed old monk's bald head. His white eyebrows fell off. An enormous force suddenly burst forth from within his body. His face that was filled with wrinkles was no longer old. His eyes were no longer turbid. They were as clear as water, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. His back was no longer hunched, and was as straight as a spear. Endless black gas coiled around the demon lord's body, condensing into a pitch-black armor. His aura skyrocketed. This was no longer the old man who had one foot in the grave. Right now, the black-armored man who sat on the tombstone with a cold expression and a murderous aura was the legendary demon lord who ruled over billions of Shura beings. It was only at this moment that the beings of the 3,000 worlds truly realized that the great battle between heaven and earth was about to erupt. Similar to the previous epics, the battlefield of this battle was still in the middle world. However, there was something different from the past. In this generation, 2 thearchs were born in the middle world. Immediately after, the armies of White Sky and Yen Sky descended. The Lord of White Sky descended as well. Although the Yen Sky army was gathered and had a large number of people, their aura was much weaker compared to White Sky and Blue Sky. Not only was there no Lord of Yen Sky, there was no young Master Yen Sky as well. Even the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Sky was killed by Wu Dao's true body. When the Yen Sky army descended, it was chaotic, and they were like dragons without a leader. Another abyss tore open in the cosmos. Countless living beings rushed out from it. There were all sorts of races, humans, dragons, foxes, protoss. It was extremely chaotic. The only similarity between those living beings was that their eyes were red and they had crazed expressions without any rationality, as though they wanted to tear everything around them apart. Fu-fu-fu. A series of strange sounds came from the mouths of those living beings. The gaze of Wu Dao's true body shifted as he saw a familiar figure among the group of living beings. It was the Peak Emperor Lord from Yen Sky who chased after him after he broke the Rakshasa Sind land back then. At that time, both of them were dragged into the dream realm by the evil emperor. However, he passed the test of the evil emperor and woke up from the dream realm. As for the Emperor Lord from Yen Sky, he was immersed in the dream realm and had fallen into the beast path, becoming one of those beasts that only knew how to bite. The little girl suddenly appeared. She came from the distant cosmos on a river of stars. The gaze of Wu Dao's true body landed on her. Initially, Xia was still that pale and frail little girl, exactly the same as what he saw in the dream realm. However, when he got closer, the little girl had already grown into a young girl of 17 or 18 years old. She was still frail and expressionless. One could vaguely see her childhood appearance on her face. Chapter 30, 179. When the young girl arrived in front of the red-eyed beasts, the beasts immediately stopped biting and looked at the young girl with a fawning expression. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that this seemingly harmless young girl was the evil emperor who ruled over billions of crazy beasts? The martial Tao body looked at the demon master and the evil emperor, deep in thought. The evil emperor and the fiend lord had changed quite a bit. The fiend lord was no longer old. The evil emperor had grown up as well. However, this state did not seem to be the evil emperor's normal state. Otherwise, there was no need for the two of them to turn into old and young people. In other words, something huge had happened to the two of them, causing one of them to look old and senile while the other looked like a child. The Fiend Lord had once revealed that they came from the Major World. Perhaps the Fiend Lord and the Evil Emperor were severely injured in the Major World and fell, resulting in their current state. The main reason why the Fiend Lord and the Evil Emperor wanted to conquer the heavens was to return to the Major World. The injuries that the Fiend Lord and the Evil Emperor suffered could not be healed in the Middle World. Looking at their states, It should be like the final radiance of a setting sun. They would not be able to hold on for long before they returned to their old and young appearances. Just as Wu Dao's main body was pondering, Min Tian in the northeast, Yu Tian in the northwest, Zhu Tian in the southwest, Yang Tian in the southeast, and the great sky army in the center had already descended into the middle world. The 8 masters of the heavenly courts had also descended. Boom! A third abyss split open in the starry skies. Countless winged Rakshasas and Yakshas flew out of the abyss with ferocious expressions and ferocious gazes, emitting a violent aura. The 10 Rakshasas that Wu Dao's main body had seen in the hungry ghost realm appeared one after another. Binding Rakshasas, holding a sutra in his left hand and a sword in his right. Separating Rakshasas, holding golden symbols with both hands. Shurji Rakshasas, holding flower cages. There were also black Rakshasas, beheaded Rakshasas, non-existent Rakshasas, seizing Rakshasas, Sur Rakshasas, and plain Rakshasas. The 10 Rakshasas were all peak imperial lords. The 9 Abyss Emperor was once the plain maiden Rakshasa of the 10 Rakshasas. Other than the 10 Rakshasas, there were also the 8 Yakshas, Bausyan Yaksha, Mansyan Yaksha, Sanji Yaksha, Majestic Yaksha, Ingyan Yaksha, Daimen Yaksha, Herculean Yaksha, and Mayan Yaksha. The 8 Yakshas were all peak imperial emperors and had their own strengths. They were all extremely strong and ferocious. Behind the 10 Rakshasas and 8 Yakshas, a large amount of black fog surged from the end of the starry sky. In the boundless black fog, the figure of an old woman was faintly discernible. When the black fog came close, all of it entered the old woman's mouth. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old woman's face glowed, and she turned into a beautiful woman in a black robe, exuding a mature and charming aura. The Brahma ghost mother had arrived. At this point, the 8 lords of the celestial court had appeared. On the 6th path side, the master of the ghost path, the master of the ghost path, the master of the Ashura path, the master of the demon path, and the master of the beast path, the evil monarch, had all arrived, including Wu Dao himself and Daiyu in the middle worlds. There were only 5 great monarchs in the Heaven Punisher's camp, which was still less than the 8 great monarchs in the Heaven Court. Brahma Ghost Mother's beautiful eyes glanced at Martial Dao, True Body, and Daiyu. She suddenly smiled and said, "If the 2 of you had been merciful just now, maybe Fengdu could have taken the final step and killed the 3 corpses to prove their Dao. Then, our chances of victory would have increased." The Brahma Ghost Mother's words were polite, but she was still unhappy with Wu Dao and Daiyu. However, she also knew that the Heaven Punisher's war was imminent and Fengdu was already dead. There was no need to become enemies with Wu Dao and Daiyu because of this. Suddenly, Wu Dao and Daiyu frowned at the same time, and their expressions turned cold. Shura's army rushed out of the abyss, under the deterrence of the Fiend Lord and Evil Emperor. They were well disciplined and didn't act rashly. However, after the Rakshasa and Yaksha armies rushed out of the abyss and arrived in the middle worlds, they didn't stay idle. The eyes of the Yakshas shone with a bloodthirsty light. They moved and rushed towards the planets and realms where the living beings of the 10,000 races lived. They were full of killing intent. The Rakshasa and Yaksha races were naturally cruel and bloodthirsty. Moreover, in the past few eras of the Heaven Punisher's War, the first thing they faced when they arrived in the middle worlds was the 3,000 worlds that were forced to participate in the war under the temptation of the Heaven Court. Therefore, the Rakshasa and Yaksha races left the world of spirits and souls and arrived here, ready to kill. No one in the nearby planets and realms could stop the slaughter of the Rakshasa and Yaksha races. Not only Wu Dao and Daiyu, but the Brahma Ghost Mother also noticed this scene. However, she ignored it and didn't intend to stop it. She was still talking to Wu Dao and Daiyu. Daiyu's expression was indifferent. She suddenly said, "You'd better control your people. If you can't control them, I'll help you." "What did you say?" The Brahma Ghost Mother raised her eyebrows and narrowed her eyes. She looked at Daiyu with hostility and asked slowly, "Are you threatening me?" While Dai was talking, Wu Dao's main body had been watching the Devil Master and guarding against him. Wu Dao's main body believed that the evil emperor wouldn't allow his beast army to kill the innocent. However, he didn't know what the Devil Master would do. The two of them had the same goal, which was to conquer the Heaven Court. The Devil Master wanted to rope him in or use him to conquer the Heaven Court. If he wanted to defeat the Heaven Court, he would need the Devil Master and the evil emperor's power. Because of this, the two of them could temporarily cooperate. However, the cooperation between the two of them wasn't strong. After all, their Daos were different. The Brahma Ghost Mother didn't intend to stop the Rakshasa and Yiksha races. She just stared at Dayu and said faintly, "You'd better think carefully about who you are talking to." Dayu's tone just now made her furious. This blood butterfly of the Middle Realm had suppressed Fingdu in front of them. For the sake of the big picture, she could only endure it. However, this blood butterfly dared to talk to her like this? Even in the great thousand worlds, how many people dared to threaten her? Even if she recovered 1/10 of her peak strength, killing this blood butterfly would be as easy as crushing an ant. Boom! Seeing that the group of Rakshasa and Yiksha races were about to reach the nearby planet, Dayu didn't waste time talking nonsense with the Brahma Ghost Mother and directly attacked. "How dare you!" The Brahma Ghost Mother was stunned. She didn't expect that when the 8 lords of the Heaven Court had arrived and were about to conquer the Heaven Court, this blood butterfly monarch still wanted to attack her for a few ants on a planet. Boom! The two sides collided in midair and a loud explosion erupted. Chapter 3180. Among the 10 Rakshasa female emperors, the pure maiden Rakshasa was at the front. Among the 8 Yikshas, Mayan Yiksha had already descended on a planet. His eyes shone and sticky saliva flowed from the gaps between his sharp fangs. The cultivators and living beings on this planet were way too weak in his eyes. They were lambs waiting to be slaughtered and were his food. As for the Yiksha race, they loved to eat humans the most. Boom! Right then, a deafening bang sounded from above, causing Mayan Yiksha to shudder. Immediately after, a huge shadow shrouded over. The power was so strong that even before it struck Mayan Yiksha's body, his body could not withstand it, and his bones creaked as though they were about to fall apart. What's that? Mayan Yiksha was shocked. Even if he supported a world, he might not be able to defend against that power. Mayan Yiksha did not have time to think. In fact, he did not even dare to look up as he channeled his bloodline and released his innate secret skill, escaping into the void and escaping from this place. Even if the battlefield was shattered as a void Yiksha, he could escape into the void at any time and leave the battlefield. However, as soon as his figure entered the void, he felt a huge vibration. There was a loud rumble. Mayan Yiksha was jolted out of the void by a boundless power. His armor was shattered and his body was covered in wounds with a blood mist shrouding him. Just this impact alone had almost shattered him. At that moment, Mayan Yiksha finally saw what had jolted him out of the void. It was a tall and heavy stone door that was ancient and mysterious. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the middle of the door and burst forth with an unstoppable suction force that wanted to pull him in. Mayan Yiksha supported a world and circulated his bloodline to the maximum to resist with all his might. However, countless pale palms reached out from the dark vortex and dragged him into the ancient door. The endless abyss. Ah! Accompanied by a tragic cry, Mayan Yiksha was devoured by the gate of hell and vanished. At the same time, the gate of hell descended and killed the pure maiden Rakshasa on the other side. While Dayu and Brahma Ghost Mother were fighting, Wu Dao's true body made his move decisively. 2 doors descended and killed the 2 peak imperial emperors of the ghost world. The rest of the Rakshasa race and Yiksha race were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Araki Takashi. Seeing this, the Brahma Ghost Mother was enraged. She screamed, and a large amount of black fog appeared behind her. However, Dayu had reached the Middle Thousand Realm and perfected the Great Wasteland Domain. Her Taoist seal had solidified. In the battlefield of the Middle Thousand Realm, Even if Brahma Ghost Mother was furious, it would be difficult for her to gain the upper hand. Seeing this, the rest of the Rakshasa and Yaksha tribes did not dare to act recklessly. The Nirvana Ghost Mother was busy with the Blood Butterfly Great Empress, and the Demon Lord and Evil Monarch were standing on the side, clearly not intending to help. The only one left was the Araki Takashi Great Emperor, who could easily kill them. In their eyes, the tens of thousands of living beings in the middle world were like ants. However, in the eyes of the Araki Takashi Great Emperor, how could their lives not be ants? The 8 lords of the heavenly courts looked down at the scene below them. They exchanged glances with each other, and a smile appeared in their eyes. They were naturally happy to see this situation. It was best if the 2 great emperors of the middle world fought with the Demon Lord, Evil Monarch, and Brahma Ghost Mother. They could then sit back and reap the benefits. Demon Lord! Brahma Ghost Mother's face darkened. While fighting Dayu, she shouted, "Are you going to stay out of this? Are you going to watch Araki Takashi kill my people?" Brahma Ghost Mother did not complain to the Evil Monarch at all. She knew that the Evil Monarch would not help her. The Demon Lord was expressionless. He said calmly, "Ghost Mother, stop. The big picture is more important." "What big picture?" Brahma Ghost Mother screamed. "What kind of status do we have? Even if we are in the middle world, it will not be their turn to ride on our heads. If we want to join forces to conquer the heavens, we have to show our sincerity. What's wrong with my hungry ghosts eating some human flesh? Is it worth it for them to fight?" The Demon Lord looked at Brahma Ghost Mother and said slowly, "He is already very sincere. If not, none of your hungry ghost leaders would be alive." Brahma Ghost Mother's heart trembled. She knew that the Demon Lord was right. She was entangled with Blood Butterfly Great Emperor and could not escape. If Araki Takashi wanted to start a massacre, the 10 Rakshasas and the 8 Yakshas would most likely die. The Demon Lord's tone became heavier. "Conquering the heavens is the most important thing. Do not complicate matters." Brahma Ghost Mother's mind turned. She gradually calmed down and retreated. Dayu did not pursue. She knew when to stop. At least for now. They all had the same goal, the heavenly court. The battle between the 2 sides did not escalate due to the Demon Lord's intervention. Seeing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across the eyes of the 8 heavenly court lords. The great sky lord looked around and exuded boundless pressure. He said slowly, "Demons are wreaking havoc in the world. All living beings should join forces to kill them. Those who go against the heavens are the same as the demons." This sentence was not only for Wu Dao's main body in Dayu, but also for the 3,000 worlds. The heavenly court was pressuring the 3,000 worlds. At the very least, they could not let the 3,000 worlds side with the 6 paths. In fact, the existence of the heavenly court was a huge deterrent to the 3,000 worlds. Firstly, the majority of cultivators could not tell whether it was the demons wreaking havoc in the world or the heavenly court's tyranny. Although the people of the 3,000 worlds were more willing to believe in the emperors of Old's Choice and Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Blood Butterfly's words. However, in the face of the heavenly court's pressure, the majority of the worlds did not dare to express their opinions. Secondly, since ancient times, the heavenly court had always been the victor in the war of conquering the heavens. Moreover, it seemed that the heavenly court still had the absolute advantage in the number of great emperors. After the war of conquering the heavens ended, the heavenly court would start to settle the score. At this time, if they were to join forces with Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Blood Butterfly in the war of conquering the heavens, they would be the target of the heavenly court's revenge. Many worlds could not bear such consequences, but now they were unable to help the heavenly court kill the demons and fight against Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Blood Butterfly, 2 middle world great emperors. All the people of the 3,000 worlds saw clearly that the Lord of the underworld buried the heavens and sacrificed all living beings. The heavenly court did not care about them, and the demons did not care about them. Only great Emperor Araki Takashi stepped forward bravely. He even risked his injured body to fight against the two great emperors, the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. If it wasn't for that, the 3,000 worlds would have been covered in desolation a long time ago. The living beings in the 3,000 worlds were in a terrible situation, and countless living beings had been buried. Of course, the Heaven Wasteland Domain, the Sword Domain, the Dragon Domain, the Great Wasteland Domain, the Blood Ape Domain, and the Kuin Pung Domain had already fought with the Heavenly Court. There was no way out. The Elder Ape, Emperor Kuin of the North, the Frost Dragon Emperor, and the Lord of the Flower Domain were all ready to attack the heavens together. This was a difficult choice for them. If they won, they would naturally ascend to the greater 1,000 worlds. The world they were in would also welcome the greatest opportunity and stand tall in the 3,000 worlds. If they lost, everything would be over. Chapter 30:181. Heaven and Earth confronted each other. The auras of the 8 heavenly courts masters surged. Wu Dao's original body, the Moon Butterfly Demon Master, the Evil Arch, and the other 5 great thearchs also circulated their divine senses to resist. Boom! The auras of the great thearchs collided in the center of heaven and earth, exploding with a loud bang. The entire sea of stars instantly boiled. Countless voids were torn apart, and a large number of dense cracks appeared. Black holes appeared beside the great thearchs. However, these black holes were unable to devour them at all. Just the clash of auras between the great thearchs caused such a terrifying scene. Everyone, there's no need to go forward. Wu Dao's original body's voice sounded in the minds of the old ape with the iron crown, the Frost Dragon Emperor, and the others. This world war was very likely to surpass every war of the heavens in the past. It would erupt with an unprecedentedly terrifying scene. Just the residual power of the battle between the great thearchs was enough to kill many living beings. Even if a peak imperial emperor accidentally got involved, it would be difficult for them to survive. You guys wait first. At the same time, the 8 heavenly courts masters also transmitted their divine senses to the heavenly courts army behind them. The key to this world war was still the battle between the 13 great thearchs. The 8 heavenly courts masters had absolute confidence. They were also experts who stood at the peak of the great 1,000 worlds. If not, they would not have been appointed to establish the 9 heavens, build the heavenly courts, and suppress the middle world. Although there were restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth in the middle world, their combat power was limited to this level. However, it was the same for the Demon Master, the Evil Arch, and the others. The only variable was none other than the great thearchs of the middle world. After all, this was a middle world. That blood butterfly had reached the middle world, so her combat power was naturally stronger. Even so, having 2 lords of the heavenly court against her was enough. The remaining great thearch, Araki Takashi, was nothing to be afraid of. The 13 great thearchs stood in the starry sky, facing each other. The atmosphere was heavy, almost reaching the limit. Heaven and earth was filled with a heart-palpitating, murderous aura. A great battle was about to erupt. All the beings of the myriad races were as silent as cicadas in winter as they stared unblinkingly at this world-shaking battle of unparalleled proportions. After an unknown period of time, kill! A voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. This voice instantly ignited the flames of war. The great sky Lord went to find the Devil Master. Among the 8 lords of the celestial courts, their battle prowess was about the same. The great heaven Lord's battle prowess was considered slightly better. The Devil Master was facing off against the strongest of the 8 lords of the celestial court. This could be considered as relieving some of the pressure on the others. Sun Sky, Lord against Ghost, Mother Brahma. The Master of Vermilion Heaven against the Evil Emperor. The Master of Dim Heaven and Dim Heaven went straight to Dai Yu. The 8 Heaven Court lords had already decided that 2 of them would fight against Blood Butterfly Monarch. At the very least, blood butterfly monarch would not be able to cause any trouble. Only the master of firmament, the master of black heaven, and the master of white heaven were left. Meanwhile, the three martial monarchs were heading straight for Wu Dao. Among the 5 great monarchs below, the demon master, the evil monarch, and the nirvana ghost mother were both from the great thousand worlds. They were once equally famous as the great monarchs. It would be difficult to suppress them in a short time. As for the blood butterfly great emperor, she had reached the middle thousand realm, and her battle prowess was unparalleled in the middle thousand realm. Among the 5, the biggest weakness was Araki Takashi. What's more, White Heaven and Black Heaven had already formed a grudge with Araki Takashi. They could use this opportunity to settle the blood debt from before. As long as the 3 martial monarchs joined forces and killed Araki Takashi in the shortest amount of time, they could then turn to deal with the other 4 martial monarchs. This way, they would have the advantage of having twice the number of people and would definitely win this battle. The Heavenly Lord, White Heaven Lord, and Black Heaven Lord instantly surrounded Wu Dao's main body. They looked at Wu Dao's main body as if they were looking at a dead man. Araki Takashi calling you a martial monarch is just a compliment. White Heaven Lord sneered coldly. Do you really think that you are a martial monarch and can stand shoulder to shoulder with us? Kill. The 3 of them did not give Wu Dao's main body any chance to escape. They split into 3 different directions and held up a world. At the same time, they attacked Wu Dao's main body. On the other side, seeing this scene, Ghost Mother Brahma was expressionless and unmoved. As for the Fiend Master, his eyes rippled. He could also tell what the heavenly courts were planning. If Araki Takashi died, their situation would definitely be extremely disadvantageous. Dai Yu frowned slightly, and her eyes shone with a cold light. Her attacks became sharper as she wanted to break through the combined defense of Dark Heaven Lord and Dark Heaven Lord. However, Dark Heaven Lord and Dark Heaven Lord's methods were also extremely terrifying. The 2 worlds condensed with Dao seals withstood the resplendent, blood-colored storm and were indestructible and unshakable. The 2 heavenly courts, lords, did not hold back at all. Their goal was to stall blood butterfly martial monarch and make her stay where she was. The evil emperor was expressionless, but a dazzling galaxy was suddenly reflected in his eyes. When Dark Heaven Lord saw that pair of eyes, he was slightly stunned. In a trance, he seemed to have left the battlefield. The sounds of fighting, collisions, and clashing of weapons suddenly disappeared. At that moment, he was far away from the chaos and fighting. He laid alone in the boat with his hands behind his head and floated quietly on a clear lake. His eyes were closed as he drifted with the waves, and his heart sank into an unprecedented calmness. His surroundings were peaceful and quiet. When night fell, he opened his eyes and looked over, only to see a sky filled with stars. The resplendent galaxy hung in the horizon and was also reflected in the calm lake. Dark Heaven Lord felt as though he was in the depths of the galaxy. It was beautiful and ethereal, surreal and illusory. It was as though he had an extremely beautiful dream that he was intoxicated with and could not extricate himself from. All of a sudden, a furious roar interrupted his dream. "Wake up, wake up!" That was the voice of the great Heaven Lord. When Dark Heaven Lord heard that roar, endless frustration rose in his heart. Instead, he blamed the voice for disturbing his dream. However, he woke up very quickly and broke out in cold sweat. The Milky Way and the surface of the lake had already disappeared. Not good. Dark Heaven Lord was alarmed. Unfortunately, it was too late. After getting drunk, one doesn't know the sky and water. Suppressing the galaxy in a dream, the evil emperor's voice seemed distant, yet close, as though it came from a distant dream and arrived in reality. The next moment, Dark Heaven Lord felt as though he was severely injured as he was tossed high into the air and flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of shattering and was extremely damaged. The world around him shook and was filled with cracks. He was merely distracted for a moment and fell into the galaxy dreamscape created by the evil emperor and was almost killed on the spot. This was a battle between emperors. The first to be severely injured was the master of the heavenly courts. If the evil emperor continued to pursue, there was a high chance that he could suppress the dark heaven lord completely while the latter was severely injured. However, a hint of hesitation flashed through her eyes, and she paused for a moment. If she continued to pursue the dark heaven lord, Araki Takashi would most likely be doomed against the encirclement of 3 emperors on the other side. It would be too much of a pity if she gave up on the dark heaven lord. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Don't worry about me. Suppress the dark heaven lord with all your might." That was Araki Takashi's voice. The evil emperor's eyes lit up when she heard that. She did not know what methods Wu Dao's true body had. However, she chose to believe in Wu Dao's true body. She also believed that she would be able to suppress the Vermilion Heaven's master before helping the martial Dao body. Chapter 3182. The Vermilion Heaven Lord was severely injured. The only one who could save him was the Master of Blue Heaven, the Master of White Heaven, and the Master of Black Heaven, who were attacking Wu Dao's original body. The other Heavenly Court lords were also held back by Daiyu, the Demon Master, and the Brahma Ghost Mother. However, the Master of Blue Heaven, the Master of White Heaven, and the Master of Black Heaven hesitated for a moment before viciousness flashed across their eyes. The 3 Heavenly Court lords had a tacit understanding. They decided to kill Wu Dao's original body first. The 3 of them worked together without holding back. Araki Takashi definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. After suppressing Araki Takashi, the 3 of them turned around to deal with the evil emperor. This would be more effective for the situation. Moreover, the evil emperor couldn't kill the Vermilion Heaven Lord completely. To be precise, they couldn't kill each other completely. Over the years, only the Seamless Emperor from back then had come up with the idea of sacrificing himself to imprison 2 emperors. It could be considered another way to prevent the return of the Lord of Hell and the Lord of Flame Heaven. Boom! In the world of the 3, the Dao Seal shone with a blazing light. The heavenly Dao Seal, the sacred beast Azure Dragon, flew and spat out dragon breath. It merged with the Master of Blue Heaven's bloodline avatar and world. The White Heaven Dao Seal, the sacred beast White Tiger, controlled killing. It spat out platinum energy. Even a strand of hair from its body could destroy a world. The Xiantian Dao Seal, the tortoise and snake, coiled around each other. It stepped on the sea and roared at the sky, creating raging waves. The 3 Heavenly Court lords attacked together, causing countless stars to explode. Heaven and earth shook and the sea of stars churned. It could be said to be apocalyptic. Many experts who saw this even suspected that even the Blood Butterfly Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. Emperor Araki Takashi had almost died under the combined attacks of the Master of White Heaven and the Master of Hell. Now, how would he defend against the combined attacks of the 3 Heavenly Court lords? At this moment, countless living beings' hearts were in their mouths. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Wu Dao's original body. This wasn't the sound of a bloodline avatar. It was more like a volcano eruption. It was as if a seal on his body was unlocked and another power was awakened. Wu Dao's original body exuded a terrifying aura. If it was only martial art of universe at the small stage, martial art, Wu Dao's original body wouldn't be able to withstand the 3 Heavenly Court lords. Now, the war against the heavens. The 8 lords of the Heavenly Court had already shown themselves, so there was no need for the martial Dao true body to hide any more. Yuan Wu world, martial heavens of heaven world, was martial of heaven, and earth had of heaven. But before that, he had to use this period of time to support the Yuan Wu world to completely establish the victory of this generation's War of the Heavens. Ever since he cultivated the Yuan Wu world, his martial Dao true body had never released it. God of white, white, white heaven, Master of white, white heaven and black heaven heaven, The three masters of the heaven clearly sensed that something had happened to Wu Dao's true body, and this change actually caused the three of them to feel a sense of trepidation. White Sky Master had seen methods like Martial Refining Universe, Heaven and Earth Furnace, and 10 Gates of Hell. At this moment, Wu Dao's figure became faintly discernible. A dark and mysterious world appeared in his body and spread continuously. This is a second world. How is this possible? The three lords of the heavenly courts were puzzled by this scene. They came from the great thousand world, but even with their knowledge, they could not understand the scene in front of them. The only thing the three celestial lords were sure of was that as this dark and mysterious world spread, the sense of danger they felt grew stronger and stronger. Boom, boom, boom. The three lords of the heavenly courts attacked even more ferociously. They wanted to suppress Wu Dao's true body in the shortest time possible. At the very least, he could not allow Wu Dao's true body to continue releasing this secret technique. The 10 gates of hell shattered under the attacks of the three lords of the heavenly courts. The heaven and earth furnace was also shattered by the three lords of the heavenly courts. However, the existence of the 10 gates of hell and the heaven and earth furnace helped Wu Dao's true body delay for a moment. This was enough for him. Martial Refining Universe. The Yuan Wu world reached a miraculous state of equilibrium on Wu Dao's true body and produced a resonance. These were two different Dao techniques. Martial Refining Universe was a world that was completely based on Wu Dao's cultivation. The Yuan Wu world, on the other hand, was constantly evolving from the anomaly that was Wu Dao's true body. The existence of Wu Dao's true body jumped out of the three realms and did not belong to the 5 elements. The Yuan Wu grotto heaven that was created was the same. The Yuan Wu world made Wu Dao's true body the greatest variable. This was not only the fusion and resonance of the 2 Dao techniques, but also the fusion of Wu Dao's Dao and the anomaly's true body. It would give birth to endless variables and possibilities. At the same time, Wu Dao's true body once again felt a sense of danger that made his heart palpitate. And this time it was even clearer. It was like a sharp sword hanging high above his head that could slash down at any moment. Furthermore, Wu Dao's true body knew that if this sword slashed down, he would not be able to block it. Wu Dao's true body did his best to suppress this feeling of fear and locked his gaze on the three lords of the heavenly courts. Whoosh! Wu Dao's true body took a deep breath and a huge amount of air flowed into his lungs, producing a hissing sound. His chest puffed up high, and he threw 3 punches in the direction of the 3 lords of the heavenly courts. Boom! 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 3 consecutive deafening explosions rang out. The 4 of them maintained this posture, not moving at all. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen. Even the other great emperors who were engaged in a fierce battle felt the surrounding space tremble at that moment. They glanced over instinctively. The 3 lords of the heavenly courts were stunned for a moment. Immediately after, their eyes were filled with immense shock. The 3 punches of Wu Dao's true body released a mighty and shocking divine power that was unstoppable and could destroy everything. Splash! The bloodline phenomenons of the 3 lords of the heavenly courts shattered completely. Crack! 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 The world created by the 3 lords of the heavenly courts also let out a series of shuddering sounds as dense cracks appeared. The brilliance of their Dao seals flickered and flickered continuously. Even with the 3 bloodline phenomenons and worlds that were fused with their Dao seals, the 3 lords of the heavenly courts could not defend against it. The shocking divine power released by the 3 punches surged into their bodies through their bloodline phenomenons and worlds, destroying their life force. Exclamation point. The 3 lords of the heavenly courts spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale as they were sent flying by Wu Dao's true body's 3 punches. The scene caused an uproar among the crowd. The other emperor mortals who were fighting turned pale with fright. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. The expressions of the emperors of the heavenly courts instantly turned extremely ugly. The three lords of the heavenly courts joined forces to besiege a human who had not attained the Tao yet, but they were defeated? When the three lords of the heavenly courts joined forces, even if the Emperor Wu Ji came back from the dead, he would definitely not be able to stop them. Who exactly was this Emperor Araki Takashi? Chapter 30, 183. When Daiyu saw this, she finally relaxed and fought the two Thearchs with all her might. Her aura grew stronger as she fought. When the Fiend Master and Brahma Ghost Mother saw this, they were shocked. They were no weaker than the Heavenly Court's masters. They came from the greater world and were far above Thearchs. However, they were in a middle world and were restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Their combat strength was limited and they could only unleash the strength of a Tharch. Therefore, their combat strength in the middle world was not much different. The laws of heaven and earth originated from the birth of heaven and earth. It was a law that protected the existence of the three realms. If experts from the upper world came to the lower world and could release their strength as they wished, the lower world would be destroyed countless times, and the stability of the three realms would be destroyed. Living beings from the middle world would also be restricted in a lesser world unless they cultivated above the Tharch realm. Even with their cultivation in the greater world, they could not resist the laws of heaven and earth. However, the power that Tharch Araki Takashi just released seemed to have broken through the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth. How was that possible? Tharch Araki Takashi was only at the Tharch realm. How could such a change happen to him? Even the Fiend Master and Brahma, Ghost Mother, could not understand the situation just now. However, the two of them knew that if Tharch Araki Takashi could really break through the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, even if his strength increased by a single level, it would be enough to determine the victory of this war of the heavens. The Fiend Master and the others had fought for countless epochs and countless years, but had always failed. Until this generation, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. On the other side, the Vermilion Heaven Master lost the initiative and was struck by the nefarious Emperor's Galaxy Dream Realm. He was severely injured and wanted to retreat from the battlefield to heal. However, the nefarious Emperor chased after him like a shadow and did not give him the chance. Screech! Seeing that the situation was bad, the Vermilion Heaven Master screamed and let out a sharp phoenix cry. Poof! The Vermilion Heaven Master bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence, blood, in front of him. Every drop of essence blood transformed into a scarlet vermilion bird. They flapped their wings and emitted scorching heat as they charged towards the nefarious Emperor. Although the Vermilion Heaven Master was not a true vermilion bird, his body had an extremely rich vermilion bird bloodline. Heavenly Vermilion Sacred Sword. At the same time, the Vermilion Heaven Master fused his Tao seal with his bloodline, and a world appeared in his palm, forming a scarlet crystalline sword. As though it had just been pulled out of magma, it was incomparably hot and blazed with flames. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the Vermilion Heaven Master ignored his heavy injuries and charged at the evil Emperor with a heavenly vermilion sacred sword in his hand, while surrounded by numerous vermilion birds. After all, he was the master of a heavenly court. Even if his battle prowess was limited to the level of a great emperor, he could still unleash many powerful trump cards with his extraordinary knowledge. The evil monarch was only empty-handed. His glabella flashed and ripples appeared in his eyes as he murmured, "My soul is exhausted and my dreams are shattered." The evil emperor's voice was soft and pure, as though he was a pure and innocent child. As this voice rang out, the Vermilion Heaven Master felt a wave of fatigue and drowsiness, causing him to fall asleep. The Vermilion Heaven Master's expression changed rapidly. The left side was extremely calm and serene, but the right side was abnormally hideous and in extreme pain. The Vermilion Heaven Master was struggling. He clearly knew that this was the demonic emperor's Tao technique. Furthermore, it was one of the demonic emperor's strongest methods. "Soul is exhausted and my dreams are shattered." It could be used directly on the essence spirit and cause the other party to fall into a trance, as though they had fallen into a dream and their essence spirit would be damaged. However, his body was out of control and he wanted to fall into a deep sleep. If he was in his peak condition, he would definitely not be so passive. The combat prowess of the two of them was actually not much different. However, he was slightly careless and lost the initiative, causing him to be severely injured by the evil emperor, causing him to fall into the current dangerous situation. Exclamation point! The Vermilion Heaven Master suddenly turned the heavenly vermilion sacred sword and stabbed it towards his abdomen. He used all his strength and held nothing back in this attack. Instantly, his body was pierced and blood gushed out. The immense pain stimulated the Vermilion Heaven Master's mind and woke him up instantly. The entire process seemed long, but in reality it happened in a trance. However, his essence spirit was already damaged in this trance, and the many vermilion birds surrounding him dissipated one after another. Thankfully, he was already awake and was temporarily out of danger. However, right then the evil emperor pointed in his direction and murmured, "Iron horse, glacier, rumble!" Boom! Boom! The sound of thousands of horses galloping over-echoed in the Vermilion Heaven Master's mind, breaking through the glacier with a murderous aura. In the next moment, countless armored war horses appeared before his eyes. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Countless cavalrymen charged over with a menacing aura. Ah, ah, ah. The Vermilion Heaven Master let out a series of roars as he wielded the heavenly vermilion sacred sword with both hands and swung it around repeatedly. He could no longer tell if the scene before him was reality or a dream. Be it reality or a dream, he only wanted to cut through everything before him. However, when his heavenly vermilion sacred sword landed on the armored cavalry, it was as though he was slashing empty air. The heavenly vermilion sacred sword sliced through the armored cavalry without any obstruction. Fake? The Vermilion Heaven Master was slightly stunned and a hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. Bang! However, in the next moment, a horseman charged over and slammed heavily into him, sending him flying several dozen meters away. He fell into the distant starry sky. Intense pain. There was intense pain all over his body. However, the Vermilion Heaven Master could no longer tell if the intense pain was real or fake, or if it was a dream. A figure hidden in the midst of the galloping cavalry suddenly appeared and struck out a palm at the top of his head. The Vermilion Heaven Master's eyes lit up, and he instantly locked onto the opportunity of that figure. He shouted, "Die!" Swoosh! The heavenly vermilion sacred sword slashed out and cut through the bodies of countless armored cavalry. That figure disappeared. The Vermilion Heaven Master did not have time to think. He turned around abruptly and swung the heavenly vermilion sacred sword behind him. However, he was still one step too late. Bang! A palm landed on his back, neither light nor heavy. However, the Vermilion Heaven Master's body trembled as though his soul had left his body. He was in a daze and did not know where he was. Nank palm! The Vermilion Heaven Master recognized it. It was one of the evil emperor's most famous moves in the Great Thousand Worlds. The Nank palm's killing power was not strong. However, with every palm strike, a layer of dream would appear on his body. The more palms there were, the more dreams there would be. They would stack continuously until he was trapped in layers of dreams and could never extricate himself. Exclamation point! The Vermilion Heaven Master spat out another mouthful of blood. Reality and illusion. He could no longer distinguish between dream and reality. On the other side, the great Heaven Master's expression turned grim when he saw that the situation was bad. If this dragged on, the Vermilion Heaven Master would most likely be suppressed by the evil emperor. Chapter 3184. When he saw how domineering Wu Dao's true body and the evil emperor were, the fiend lord's eyes shone with a cold glint and his killing intent surged. Suddenly, 3 tombs appeared behind the fiend lord. The appearance of the 3 tombs emitted a shuddering aura that even the world could not withstand and trembled slightly. Poof! 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 The 3 tombs suddenly split open, and a stream of scarlet blood flowed out like 3 blood springs. All of a sudden, 3 blood-stained swords flew out from the blood springs of the 3 tombs with chilling, killing intent. The surrounding temperature plummeted and almost froze the starry skies. The killing intent of the 3 swords was way too intense. Even Wu Dao's true body frowned slightly and glanced sideways. Even the 3 sword arts that were extremely murderous were far inferior to the killing intent of the 3 swords. He truly did not know what was buried in the 3 tombs. Who was the blood of the 3 swords stained with? Slash! The fiend Lord pointed forward with his spirit consciousness. One of the blood-stained swords sped over and transformed into a streak of blood light. Instantly, it arrived before the great Heaven Lord with a torrential killing intent and blood chi. The great Heaven Lord had a grim expression as he summoned a gigantic imperial jade seal that shone with an emerald green glow. Great Heaven Saint Seal! The great Heaven Lord hollered, and the bloodline phenomenon of a world, together with the Tao seal, fused into the gigantic imperial jade seal and smashed towards the incoming blood sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The blood-stained sword was suppressed by the great Heaven Saint seal right away. However, it struggled continuously as though it possessed boundless spirituality. Exterminate! The fiend lord's spirit consciousness moved. The blood-stained sword that flew out of the second tomb pierced towards the great Heaven Lord. Slash! At the same time, the fiend lord waved his hand, and the 3rd blood-stained sword followed closely behind, slashing towards the great Heaven Lord. Slash! Slash! The 3 blood swords shot out at the same time with torrential killing intent. At the same time, Brahma! The Brahma ghost mother shrieked and turned into a black mist. Fusing into the world, she created and vanishing without a trace. Brahma and I as one. Then, the Brahma Ghost Mother's voice rang out again. Nirvana Ghost Mother seemed to have disappeared, but she was everywhere. Sun Sky Master furrowed his brows and formed hand seals continuously. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a giant sun that stood between heaven and earth and shone brightly, illuminating the entire world. However, under the suppression of Brahma and self as one, the light around Sun Sky Master was constantly being compressed and devoured. On the other side, behind Daiyu, a gigantic blood-red butterfly appeared. 2 blood-red moons were imprinted on its wings. It was like a pair of blood-red eyes, staring at Lord Yu Tian and Lord Min Tian. The 2 blood-red moons contained a mysterious and powerful power. After locking onto the 2 masters of the heaven for a long time, they were actually able to dispel their Tao seals. After Wu Dao's main body and the evil emperor gained the upper hand, the moon butterfly demon master, Brahma Ghost Mother, and the other 2's momentum soared as they launched a full-scale counterattack. Under the gazes of many experts, the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court suffered heavy injuries, one after another. They fell into a disadvantageous position and retreated step by step. Save them. Retreat. Lord Jun Tian's voice sounded in the minds of the heavenly court masters. Lord Zhu Tian was about to die. Lord Blue Sky, Lord White Sky, and Lord Black Sky were also heavily injured. The situation was critical. The remaining 4 couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Blood, Butterfly, Demon Master, and Brahma Ghost Mother. If they continued to fight in the middle world, they would probably all die here. Retreating to the heavenly court and using the 9 heavens' great array to block Emperor Araki Takashi and the others would buy them enough time to recover from their injuries. Once they recovered, they could use the 9 heavens' great array's power to make a comeback. Perhaps they could still fight. Unstoppable thunderbolt. Lord Jun Tian's eyes shone with the light of lightning. He opened his arms and used a Tao technique, creating a dazzling sea of lightning between heaven and earth. The other masters of the heavenly court also released their life-saving methods. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and the clouds changed color. Lord Jun Tian, Lord Yutian, and the others pulled themselves out of the battlefield and rushed toward the heavenly court. Lord Yutian was trapped in a dream realm. Under the impact of countless thunderbolts, the dream realm he was in shattered one after another. However, the Lord Yutian was still in danger. Just now he was struck by multiple Nangpom strikes, and there were too many dream realms stacked on his body. Even if the other masters of the heavenly courts made a move, they wouldn't be able to save him within a short period of time. Humph! The evil emperor was expressionless as he said coldly, "I'm going to kill this person today." An immortal boat appeared beneath her and streaked through the starry skies, entering the depths of the dream realm. Ripples appeared one after another as she arrived before the Lord Yutian. The appearance of the evil emperor was also an existence that broke through the dream realm and caused the Lord Yutian to notice something amiss. The Lord Yutian roared and counterattacked with the heavenly Zhu sacred sword once more, charging towards the evil emperor. However, in the eyes of the evil emperor, his resistance was merely the struggle of a trapped beast. After all, this was a dream realm created by the evil emperor. Even if the Lord Yutian discovered the existence of the evil emperor, he wouldn't be a match for the evil emperor in the layers of dream realms. Bang! 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 The two of them intertwined and exchanged more than 100 blows in the blink of an eye. Streaks of blood appeared on the evil emperor's body as well. There was no way she could be unharmed when a master of the heavenly courts fought with his life on the line. A moment later, suddenly the two figures froze. The surrounding dream realms dissipated one after another. Countless streaks of blood appeared on the body of the Lord Yutian as well. Gradually, he dissipated along with the surrounding dream realms, turning into a blood mist. The expressions of the great Heaven Lord, Dark Heaven Lord, and the others turned terrible when they saw that. They knew that the Lord Yutian could no longer be saved. At the same time, the Lords of Heavens, White Heaven and Black Heaven, split into 3 different directions and fled towards the heavenly courts. Although Wu Dao's true body was strong, there was no way he could keep all 3 of them behind. Swash! In a flash, Wu Dao's true body took a single step forward and arrived behind White Heaven Lord instantly, smashing down with his fist. Sensing the danger behind him, White Heaven Lord summoned a treasure mirror that shone with a cold glint without hesitation. Augmented with a Dao seal, he blocked behind him. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The fist of Wu Dao's true body smashed heavily onto the treasure mirror. White Heaven Lord shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and nearly fell. Even with the protection of the treasure mirror, he could not withstand the fist of Wu Dao's true body. Impossible! White Heaven Lord was in an extremely wretched state as he shouted, "Your strength has already exceeded the limits of a medium-class realm. This is impossible." Boom! Wu Dao's true body did not say anything and followed up with a second punch. The sense of danger grew stronger, and he was in no mood to bother about White Heaven Lord. Crack! 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 Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the treasure mirror was shattered by Wu Dao's true body. White Heaven Lord's arm could not withstand the shocking divine power and was shattered inch by the second punch, bursting into a blood mist. Chapter 3185. When the Lord of Blue Skies and Lord of Black Heaven saw that, their expressions were filled with fear. White Sky Lord was most likely doomed, and the 2 of them did not dare to turn back to save him. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be hammered to death by Emperor Araki Takashi as well. The moment that thought flashed through their minds, a tragic cry sounded from White Sky Lord's side. The third punch of Wu Dao's true body descended and split White Sky Lord's body into pieces. Swash! White Sky Lord's essence, spirit, broke through the blood mist and fled into the distance. However, Wu Dao's true body was prepared. There was a loud rumble. A gigantic, ancient gate descended with a sinister aura, blocking White Sky Lord's escape route. Sensing that something was amiss, White Sky Lord retreated hurriedly. However, a gigantic, pitch-black vortex appeared on the ancient gate. surging with endless fiend chi. It burst forth with a massive suction force that wanted to pull him in. The gate of hell had descended. White Sky Lord's expression changed starkly as he realized the motive of Wu Dao's true body. A vicious glint flashed through his eyes, and he wanted to self-destruct his essence spirit. However, the pitch-black fiend chi had already wrapped around him and seeped into his essence spirit, preventing him from self-destructing. Then, countless pale white hands reached out from the gloomy door and dragged him in. The other end of the gate of hell led to the Avicii Great Hell. It was the place where Blazing Sky Lord and Lord of Hell were imprisoned. According to the Fiend Lord, it was impossible to kill the lords of the heavenly courts completely. Even if they were beaten to a pulp, they would still come back to haunt them. In other words, imprisoning them in the Avicii Great Hell without killing them was the best way to deal with them. Before this, Wu Dao's true body wanted to imprison Fengdu in the Avicii Great Hell. Unfortunately, Fengdu sensed his motive in advance and chose to commit suicide. As for the 8 lords of the heavenly courts, they were far away in the heavenly courts and were high and mighty. They did not know the methods of Wu Dao's true body at all. By the time White Sky Lord reacted, it was already too late. When the great Heaven Master and the others saw this, they realized that they couldn't save them. They decisively abandoned the White Heaven Master and the Zhu Heaven Master and led their armies back to the heavenly court. The huge cracks in the sky also closed up. After this battle, not only did the 8 lords of the heavenly court fail to kill Wu Dao Zun and the others, they even lost 2 great monarchs. The Vermilion Heaven Master has fallen. Dai Yu also saw the demonic emperor's attack and asked. The evil emperor shook his head slightly and said, "He is only temporarily dead. He will make a comeback." After pausing for a moment, the evil emperor continued, "However, even if he comes back from the dead, he won't be able to return to his peak state in a short period of time. He will need to recuperate for a very long time. This is the best chance for us to conquer the heavens. Of the original 9 lords of the heavenly courts, only 6 were left. On their side, there were 5 martial monarchs." The Brahma Ghost Mother said, "Even if there are 6 monarchs left, with the 9 heavens great formation, we won't be able to break through in a short time." "Not necessarily," the Fiend Master said as his gaze landed on Wu Dao's main body. Wu Dao's main body turned and looked in the direction of the celestial tribute world. The experts of the celestial tribute world felt a chill run down their spines. They never thought that the heavenly court would lose the war of heaven and earth in this life and leave them in the middle world. For countless years, they had been conscientious and vigilant, monitoring the 3,000 worlds for the heavenly court. They didn't even have the chance to step into the heavenly court and ascend to the greater world. They never thought that they would be abandoned so casually. Before the lords of the heavenly courts left, they didn't even look at them. Wu Dao's main body moved. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gates of hell tore through the void and descended on the celestial tribute world, smashing down on the remaining 8 great sinners. The 8 great sinners called themselves Space and were indestructible. Back then, Wu Dao's main body had broken through the 9 underworld sinners with the help of the Brahma Ghost Mother's blood. Now, without the help of others, the 8 great sinners couldn't withstand the 10 gates of hell smashing down and shattering. The evil spirits that had been imprisoned here for generations finally saw the light of day in the era created by Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Shuedai. The battle between the great emperors caused a huge commotion. Dao techniques interweaved in a dazzling and resplendent manner. Even the evil spirits within the 8 great sins could see it clearly. After they were freed, they were stunned for a long time and couldn't believe it. As time passed, they finally realized that they had regained their freedom. Billions of evil spirits cheered, their voices getting louder and louder. Among the cheers, there were roars and cries. It was unknown who started it, but some people knelt down in the direction of the martial Dao body, their faces full of tears. Following that, a large number of evil spirits knelt on the ground and looked at the purple figure in the distant starry sky. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and respect. The Fiend Master, the Evil Emperor, and the Brahma Ghost Mother were still standing. However, at this moment, the first one to kneel down and thank the desolate martial great emperor after the evil spirits broke free. They had been imprisoned for several epochs and countless years. The recognition of their race's bloodline had become fainter and fainter. Only despair and hatred were left in their hearts. And the one who gave them hope and saved them was great Emperor Araki Takashi. Boom, boom, boom. Some evil spirits broke free from the restrictions of the sinners and sensed the surrounding heaven, earth essence, chi, and great Tao laws. The barriers that had been suppressed for many years were loosened, and they broke through. Kill, kill, kill. After breaking free, the hatred that had been suppressed in the hearts of these evil spirits for many years completely erupted. Many evil spirits charged toward the celestial tribute world. Among them, there were no imperial emperors, but to them, they were no longer afraid of death. The 10 gates of hell opened up a path and smashed toward the imperial emperors of the celestial tribute world. What celestial tribute world lord? What peak imperial emperors? None of them could stop the 10 gates of hell. The celestial tribute world wailed as countless cultivators fled in all directions. The Iron Crown Elder, Northern Kuinarch, Frost Dragon Emperor, Elder Ape, and the others also gave orders to attack the celestial tribute world. The celestial tribute world's destiny was over. The celestial tribute world that had existed for countless years was finally going to be destroyed in this era. Wu Dao's main body did not spend much time on the celestial tribute world. Instead, he looked up at the sky and soared into the sky, flying toward the heavenly courts. Now, there were only 6 heavenly courts, lords left in the heavenly courts. Although the 9 heavens great formation was powerful, there would definitely be flaws without 3 heavenly courts lords. The sense of danger became more and more pressing. He had to break the 9 heavens great formation as soon as possible and kill his way into the heavenly courts. If he met with an accident before this, he would die. Only Dai Yu, the Fiend Master, the Evil Emperor, and the Brahma Ghost Mother were left. Against the 6 heavenly courts lords, the outcome was still uncertain. End of this chapter. Chapter 3186. Dai Yu came to Wu Dao's side and stopped him. 2 of the heavenly court's 8 great emperors are dead. One of them is still trapped in the Avicii hell. With the current situation, there's no need to rush. The heavenly court should be the one in a hurry. Dai Yu was confused. Wu Dao's main body had just entered the great emperor realm, but he already had such strength. If he was given more time to cultivate to the great circle of the great emperor realm, their chances of victory would be even greater. Even if the Vermilion Heaven Master could come back from the dead during this period of time, they would still have the absolute advantage. Dai Yu could understand this. She didn't believe that Wu Dao's main body couldn't see it. Moreover, she could vaguely sense that Wu Dao's main body's condition wasn't right. That was why she chased after Wu Dao's main body and asked, "It's too late." Wu Dao's main body was silent for a moment before replying softly. He didn't tell Dai Yu about the danger of the Yuanwu world. He also wanted to stop and continue cultivating. However, when the great emperors of the heavenly court retreated, he had already dispersed the Yuanwu world. However, the sense of danger was still there. He had been locked onto. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Moreover, at this cultivation level, there was no need to explain too much. Dai Yu could roughly guess. After a moment of silence, Dai Yu asked, "Will I die?" "Probably," Wu Dao's main body said. He could only determine that the source of the danger came from the great 1,000 realms. However, whether it was a person, something, or some unknown restriction, he didn't know. He also didn't know if he could survive this calamity. However, when he was locked onto by the power of the great 1,000 realms, the Netherworld treasure mirror, which had been silent in the depths of the Yuanwu world, became restless The netherworld treasure mirror revealed a kind of emotion. There was fear, wariness, anger, and most of all, hatred. There was an extremely evil life form hidden in the netherworld treasure mirror. Wu Dao's main body had never been able to subdue it. Therefore, he had never used this treasure. After stepping into the Emperor realm, he had no use for this treasure, so it was always left in the origin martial world. Dai, you remained silent and didn't say anything. However, Wu Dao's main body could see the worry in her heart. Nothing. Wu Dao smiled and consoled. If you want to succeed in conquering the heavens, how can there be no bloodshed and no deaths? If that's the case, let's start with me. What's more, even if this true body of mine is destroyed, I still have Qinglian's true body, so I'm not really dead. Dai Yu was silent. Even so, she knew that this Wu Dao true body had an extremely special meaning to Su Zimo. At this moment, the evil emperor also came to their side and said, "It's not impossible to slow down the attack. You don't have to worry that during this period, there will be powerhouses from the great thousand world descending upon the heavenly court. There's a barrier between the three realms, and it's protected by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Not just anyone can casually descend. Ascending from a lower realm to a higher realm was a process that went along with the natural laws and the rules of the heavenly Tao. However, if one were to do it in reverse, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Wu Dao's main body and Dai, you were both aware of this matter. Back then, as an immortal king powerhouse, the human emperor Lin Zhan had forcefully descended to the lower realm. Not only was his battle strength greatly reduced, he was also severely injured and hadn't recovered for many years. The reason why immortal emperors could break through the restrictions of the rules and head to the lesser thousand world was mainly because they were supposed to ascend to the great thousand world. Due to the existence of the heavenly court, immortal emperors were unable to ascend, which caused many immortal emperors to remain in the middle thousand world. In a sense, the appearance of the heavenly court had broken the natural laws of the three realms and caused countless disasters and chaos. Dai Yu suddenly asked, "Back then, how did the Lord of the heavenly court descend?" This was an extremely important question. Since the three realms had a barrier, logically speaking, powerhouses like the Lord of the heavenly court shouldn't have come to the middle thousand world. The evil emperor said faintly, "Back then something happened in the great thousand world, causing the barrier between the great thousand world and the middle thousand world to be broken. That's why we fell." The evil emperor spoke casually, but Wu Dao's main body and Dai Yu could tell that what happened in the great thousand world back then was no small matter. Even the barrier of the three realms was broken. What kind of power was that? The evil emperor continued. Over the years, the barrier between the great thousand world and the middle thousand world has been more or less repaired. It's very difficult for powerhouses from the great thousand world to descend. Wu Dao's main body suddenly asked. In the era of battle, before the Emperor of Battle died, he fought to the death of the Lord of Great Sky. Since he came back from the dead, why is he still able to appear in the heavenly court of the middle thousand world? If the Lord of Great Sky came from the great thousand world, he should have returned to the great thousand world after being killed by the Emperor of Battle. This is another reason for the existence of the heavenly court. The evil emperor said they left a wisp of their Tao seal in the 9 heavens. As long as the 9 heavens are not broken, their Tao seal will not be destroyed. Even if they die, they can be resurrected in the 9 heavens. Wu Dao's main body said in a low voice, "In other words, we have to completely cut off their path of rebirth in the 9 heavens. Either we imprison them forever, or we kill them and destroy the 9 heavens to destroy the Tao seal they left in the 9 heavens." That's right. The evil emperor nodded. Although that was the case, they had not even entered the heavenly court in the past. The battlefield had always been in the middle thousand world. Then, let's destroy the 9 heavens. Wu Dao's main body looked up at the sky and soared into the sky again. Dai Yu did not dissuade him. She stood side by side with Wu Dao's main body and charged towards the heavenly court. The Fiend Master, Evil Emperor, and Nirvana, Ghost Mother exchanged glances. They did not stop and followed closely behind. The closer they were to the heavenly court, the stronger the pressure from the heavens. In fact, with their cultivation, they should not feel such pressure at all. Instead, they should feel the call of the great thousand world and ascend. This pressure came from the heavenly court. Whoosh! Wu Dao's main body opened a path with the 10 gates of hell. He broke through the layers of fog, and a vast and boundless barrier appeared. It was like a huge dome that covered the middle thousand world. On this huge dome, one could vaguely see 9 regions that corresponded to the 9 heavens. At this time, countless runes appeared on this dome. They shone with a dazzling brilliance and emitted thousands of rays of light. Like a rain of arrows, they shot towards Wu Dao's main body, the butterfly moon demon master, evil emperor, Nirvana ghost mother, and the others. The 9 heavens' great formation had been activated. If they wanted to kill their way into the heavenly court, the 9 heavens' great formation would be the first obstacle. The prison-suppressing cauldron hovered above Wu Dao's main body. The 4 saint souls revolved around him, and the Buddha figures appeared. They went against the rain of arrows and charged forward. The butterfly moon demon master, evil emperor, and Nirvana ghost mother also used their own methods and charged towards the 9 heavens' great formation. Chapter 30, 187. However, the rain of arrows could not stop Wu Dao's true body and the other 5 thearchs. If it were a few eras ago, the 9 heavens formation would be much more powerful with 9 thearchs presiding over it. But now, 3 of the 9 lords of the heavenly courts were gone, and only 6 were left to operate the 9 heavens formation. Their strength was ultimately weaker. Moreover, there was a variable like Wu Dao's true body in this life. Wu Dao retracted the Yuanwu world. Since the danger had yet to come, Wu Dao's true body no longer hid. He brought out the Yuanwu world again and merged it with the martial universe, pushing his battle strength to the limit. Under the rain of arrows, Wu Dao's true body was not obstructed. Instead, his movement technique was even faster. His entire body was burning with flames, and he was like a huge fireball, crashing toward the 9 heavens formation. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, sparks flew everywhere. Wu Dao's true body reappeared. With just a single impact, the 9 heavens' grand formation shook nonstop. The runes imprinted on it flickered and flickered nonstop. The rain of arrows was also interrupted. Daiyu, the Fiend Master, the Evil Arch, and the Brahma Ghost Mother took the opportunity to close in and attack the 9 heavens formation. Seeing that they were about to enter the heavenly courts and had the highest chance of succeeding in this life, Daiyu, the Fiend Master, the Evil Arch, and the Brahma Ghost Mother did not hold back. After the 3 blood swords, Jean Vanquish and Slaughter, appeared behind the Fiend Master. The Fiend Master brought out the 4th blood sword, Vanquish. With the 4 blood swords out, the Fiend Master's killing intent almost materialized. It was extremely tragic and bloody. The Fiend Master stood on the empty tombstone, his black hair dancing wildly. Blood energy swirled around him. With a wave of his hand, the 4 blood swords attacked the 9 heavens formation fiercely under his control. Clang, 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 clang. The blood swords slashed continuously, colliding with the 9 heavens formation and letting out ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing. The Fiend Master's killing intent was so heavy and intense that even the Evil Arch and the Brahma Ghost Mother beside him frowned slightly, seemingly unable to withstand it. The Evil Emperor also unleashed a series of powerful attacks. She stood on top of a large ship that sailed across the galaxy. Beside her, countless armored horses broke through the ice river and came over. She clapped her hands lightly, creating countless palm shadows that seemed real and illusory at the same time. Under the attacks of the Evil Emperor, the light of the runes on the 9 heavens' great array gradually dimmed, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep, lost in a dream. The Brahma Ghost Mother's figure disappeared as she unleashed the Brahma and I as one technique. She merged with the great Brahma heaven and transformed into an endless black fog. The black fog seeped into the 9 heavens great formation. The sanguine butterfly phenomenon behind Dai, you merely had to flap its wings slightly to create a massive tornado that could destroy the world. An endless, blood-colored storm howled and swept across the 9 heavens great array. Countless runes were torn apart by this storm. Of course, the most terrifying scene was Wu Dao's original body. Wu Dao's original body merged with 2 worlds and pushed his combat strength to the limit. The 10 gates of hell bombarded him one after another. His body burned with flames, and the hell-suppressing cauldron hovered above his head. He raised his fists and smashed towards the 9 heavens great formation continuously. Wu Dao's original body's current combat strength had already surpassed the limits of the middle world. Earlier on, even the Lord of Firmament, Lord of White Sky, and Lord of Black Heaven spat out blood when facing his fists. Right now, Wu Dao's original body was punching continuously. The 9 heavens great formation shook continuously, and many runes shattered. Their light dimmed and fell from the formation. The dome above Wu Dao's original body had already caved in deeply from his punches. It was completely deformed and was about to collapse. After an unknown period of time, boom! There was a deafening sound that shook the world. Under the gaze of countless beings in the world, a gigantic hole was punched through the dome of the 9 heavens that shone with endless brilliance by Wu Dao's original body. The 9 heavens great formation was broken. Although it was just a hole, it caused the power of the 9 heavens great formation to decrease greatly, and an irreparable flaw appeared. Boom! 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 Between heaven and earth, there were 4 consecutive deafening sounds. Under the attacks of Daiyu, the demon master, the evil emperor, and the Brahma ghost mother, the 9 heavens great formation in front of them was also broken. Crack! 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 Enormous power continued to spread toward the 9 heavens great formation. The dazzling dome was covered with dense cracks. The 9 heavens great formation could not withstand the joint attack of Wu Dao's original body and the 5 great emperors, and was already broken into pieces. After a short silence, there was a deafening sound. Under the gaze of everyone, the 9 heavens great formation collapsed with a loud bang. Immediately after, endless, rich, and pure vital chi of heaven and earth suddenly surged from behind the dome. It was majestic and surging, like a shocking tide, covering the sky and earth. All the beings in the middle world were stunned. Their eyes and mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of shock. Before this, Wu Dao's original body had said that the 9 heavens great formation sealed the vital chi of heaven and earth, causing the vital chi of heaven and earth to be thin, and the beings in the middle world had difficulty cultivating. At that time, many people in the 3,000 worlds still did not believe this. It was only now that the beings in the 3,000 worlds saw it with their own eyes that they completely woke up to reality. The 9 heavens great formation. What sins has the heavenly court done all these years? The people in the heavenly court are high and mighty. They do not treat us as humans at all. They only reward us with a little bit of vital chi of heaven and earth and make us kill each other for a little bit of resources. The vital chi of heaven and earth that surged from the heavenly court was too rich. It almost turned into a sea of vital chi, rolling up raging waves and surging toward the 3,000 worlds. It flowed through millions of miles of galaxies and turned into a boundless vital chi rain that poured down. This vital chi rain covered the entire 3,000 worlds. Even the heaven wasteland domain, which was at the edge of the middle world, was shrouded in this rain. The middle world's edge, which was originally barren and dry, had many stars that were lifeless. Under the nourishment of this rain, they woke up one after another and were reborn. Araki Takeshi preached the Tao and imparted martial arts to all beings in order to pass on Wu Dao's fire seed. No one would immediately benefit from this. And at this moment, the 9 heavens great formation was shattered and the vital chi rain fell from the sky. This was an unimaginable opportunity for the myriad races of the 3,000 worlds. Every living being, even the weakest one, would benefit from this. Almost all cultivators felt the opportunity to break through at this moment. Some people with outstanding talent, due to the lack of cultivation resources, had fallen into a bottleneck. Now that they had such an opportunity, they even broke through 2 or 3 small realms in a row. The vital chi rain was only the most direct impact on the myriad races. After breaking the 9 heavens' great formation, everyone finally saw the legendary heavenly court. At this moment, many Emperor Realm experts felt as if they had broken through the fog and widened their horizons. The great Tao in front of them was instantly dispelled. Originally, after stepping into the Emperor Realm for the myriad races, they seemed to have reached the end. But at this moment, all the Emperor Realm experts realized that the great Tao was long and the road ahead had not been cut off. Some Emperor Realm experts began to loosen the barrier of their realms. Chapter 3188. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the Heavenly Court had been accumulating for several eras. It had even formed an ocean of Yuan Qi in the Heavenly Court. Now that it was pouring down, what a scene it was! The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi that had been accumulating for several eras, suddenly surging into the middle world, was like a complete awakening for all living beings. Su Zimo had cultivated 5 grotto heavens. If he wanted to break through, he would need an unimaginable amount of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. He had just reached the greater success stage of the grotto heaven realm not long ago. Normally speaking, it would take him at least 10,000 years to reach the peak of the grotto heaven realm. But now, he had been baptized by this Yuan Qi rain. His 5 grotto heavens were all open, crazily absorbing the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi descending from the heavenly court. Before long, the Yuan Qi in his 5 grotto heavens had accumulated to the peak. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by 5 loud bangs, the 5 grotto heavens transformed again. The peak of the grotto heaven realm. Su Zimo had advanced to the peak of the Immortal King stage. His primordial spirit cultivation level also rose, breaking through to the monarch realm. Qinglian's 5 grotto heavens had all broken through. The other living beings and cultivators also broke through after receiving such a huge amount of Yuan Qi. Yun Ting had originally cultivated to the peak of the sky human stage. The moment the Yuan Qi descended, he broke through to the Kongming stage. As the Yuan Qi poured into his body, the Yuan Qi in his body accumulated more and more. He broke through again and entered the Dongxu stage. Breaking through 2 stages in the True Self stage showed how terrifying Yun Ting's talent was. If it were someone else whose primordial spirit was not high enough and could not comprehend the True Self stage, it would be difficult for them to achieve such an effect even if they had endless Yuan Qi. Yun Ting was overjoyed. Ever since he found out about Su Zimo's true identity, he had given up on chasing after Su Zimo. Now he had set his goal on Su Zimo's disciple, Kitsune. He subconsciously turned to look at Bai Ming Shui and was slightly taken aback. Kitsune had also broken through. Moreover, she had crossed a major stage from the peak of the true martial stage to the martial domain stage. Kitsune had cultivated her own domain. In this domain, sword Qi crisscrossed, and tens of thousands of swords resonated. This was also why Wu Dao was so precious. Cultivating Wu Dao would not cause the future of many martial artists to be the same. Every martial artist could condense a different martial spirit. They could walk their own path, and their future would be limitless. As Araki Takashi's eldest disciple, Kitsune had completely inherited Wu Dao. However, her Dao was also very different from Araki Takashi's. Wu Dao's future would be a grand occasion where 100 flowers bloomed and 100 schools of thought contended. The only thing that remained unchanged was Wu Dao's spirit. Monkey, Night Spirit, Tiger, Ching Ching, Little Fox, the Golden Lion Brothers, the Heaven Wasteland Sex, 7 Emotions Demon General, Yen Bei-chin, Ming Zhen, Demoness Ji, and the others all made breakthroughs. Immortal King Linglong and Feng Cantion had reached the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. As for the dread King Ixia, he had directly stepped into the Emperor realm. Lin Zhan had also stepped into the Arch realm. There were even some kings and quasi-emperors who were nearing the end of their lifespans who broke through and stepped into the Arch realm. Their lifespans increased drastically and they were reborn. This was an unimaginable opportunity for the myriad races in the middle world. It increased the overall strength of the middle world by a large margin. This was the heaven-earth essence energy that the heavenly courts had accumulated for several epochs. It was all on the heads of the myriad races in this middle world. One could imagine the changes it brought to the middle world. And this heaven-earth essence energy, such a fortuitous opportunity, should belong to the middle world. In the 3,000 realms, many imperial emperors who were in seclusion also woke up at this moment. Some imperial emperors who had been stuck at a bottleneck for millions of years also began to loosen their realm barriers. Some ordinary imperial emperors transformed into peerless imperial emperors. Some peerless imperial emperors directly advanced to peak imperial emperors. Although peak imperial emperors were unable to advance further, their comprehension of Tao techniques had increased by a level. After breaking through the 9 heavens' great array, the myriad races in the 3,000 realms felt a strange feeling in their hearts. Cultivation seemed to have become much easier. It was as if the unattainable and unshakable mountain that was pressing down on their heads had suddenly collapsed. Everyone felt relieved. The myriad races gradually realized that their cultivation did not have to be so difficult. The many disturbances in the middle world and the many sufferings on their bodies originated from the heavenly courts. Some imperial emperors could even vaguely sense the aura from the great 1,000 realms. Only at this moment did the imperial emperors see a glimmer of hope of ascending to the great 1,000 realms. The 9 heavens' great array was broken, and the heavenly courts were completely exposed to Wu Dao's original body and the others. The so-called heavenly courts were connected by 9 huge floating clouds that were mixed with sand and soil. Wu Dao's original body even smelled a familiar aura from these 9 floating clouds. Living soil. This point also happened to coincide with his previous conjecture. The living soil that Qinglian created was the same kind of living soil as the living soil in the 9 heavens. Above the 9 floating clouds, one could see immortal islands, heavenly palaces, and thousands of golden rays of light. Just the huge heavenly gate that stood in front of the heavenly palaces looked grand and majestic. It was made of glass and flowed with divine charm. It was inlaid with precious jade and flickered with resplendent light. On both sides of the heavenly gate, there were many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals guarding it. They were murderous. 9 thick and huge stone pillars that reached the sky entered the depths of the clouds above the heavenly courts. Sacred beast azure dragons coiled around them. 9 heavenly bridges spanned across the 9 floating clouds and connected them together. There were lawn phoenixes flying and vermilion birds chirping. Everywhere one looked, the heavenly courts were filled with countless spiritual objects of heaven and earth, immortal herbs, trees, and many famous flowers and plants. Even Wu Dao's original body could not name them. Many spiritual objects of heaven and earth had long gone extinct in the middle world. However, they could be seen everywhere in the heavenly courts. Even a spiritual root, like the divine tree of heaven, and earth grew in the heavenly courts. It was far thicker than the one in heaven, wasteland domain. This was only the tip of the iceberg in the heavenly courts. After being transformed by Qinglian's true body, heaven wasteland domain was like a paradise in the eyes of everyone. However, when they saw the scene in the heavenly courts, the people of the myriad races realized what a true paradise was. Compared to the heavenly courts, the places they lived and cultivated were like pig pens and horse stalls. After every upheaval of heaven and earth, the heavenly courts, as the final victors, would plunder large amounts of treasures from the middle world. The heavenly court had relied entirely on the oppression of all living beings of all races for several eras, and the plundering of the medium-class worlds to achieve what they had today. When they saw the scene in the heavenly courts, there was no need for others to explain anything. The heavenly courts had trampled on them and taken away everything that belonged to them. They had sealed the heaven wasteland domain's essence energy. Not only did they treat them as livestock, they also wanted to use them, deceive them, trample on their dignity, and manipulate their fates as they wished. Any cultivator with a bit of passion would have an uncontrollable anger towards the heavenly courts. It was only at this moment that they understood why those ancient emperors, despite knowing that they were no match for the heavenly courts, stepped forward bravely and attacked them time and time again. The evil of the heavenly courts was too numerous to be recorded.